1 minute to the deadline. Deadline.
Hello and welcome. We are here to kick off the 2023 Gameday live season with our broadcast of the Bay Area Diplomacy Association, known as the Badasses, Whipping 2023. Hi, I'm Kevin O'Kelly. I will be your host for the show today, and I am very thrilled to be joined by two faces you've seen a lot over the last couple of months, both on and off the board. We will be joined today by sideline reporter extraordinaire, Robert Chupa. Robert, welcome.
Hello, Kevin. Good to see you.
Same here. And Ben Kelman is joining us, I think, for his first Gameday live broadcast. We don't count the broadcasters brawl since neither Robert nor I won that one. So Ben, welcome to the big time.
Thanks for having me, Kevin.
Excellent. We're looking forward to it today. This is the kickoff of the season. The DBNI, which hopefully a lot of you who are watching caught. It's the granddaddy of them all, and we start fresh. You're going to see some names from the DBNI here at Whipping 2023. It was a great showing. We've got 10 exciting boards to show you throughout the end, and they're still live right now. So if you're watching, throw some comments here in the chat. Don't give away any spoilers for round 3 because none of us here on screen have seen anything from today's round. So we're looking forward to it. And like I said, today is the kickoff. We've got a lot of diplomacy coming up, both face-to-face and virtual. The biggest one that we're going to be seeing soon is this year's DipCon, which I know that Ben and I will be going to. So Ben, tell me about DixieCon.
DixieCon's great. I was there last year. David runs a great tournament. It is a tournament that takes place in 3 games over 3 days. So there's really time to play the games, but also to hang out, socialize. I know David wants to do some variants this year. It's also gets a little bit of flack sometimes for having an old-fashioned draw-based scoring system, but I was really surprised how much I enjoyed a bit of a change-up and playing that way. So I'm definitely looking forward to it.
I like the face-to-face tournaments that they offer, the variety that they do. I know today that you guys will talk about this scoring system, which is different than most of what we've broadcast before, on DBN. So we're excited to talk about it, try some new things, and maybe you see some different play for it. It's about Dixie. I know the one thing I'm looking forward to is the Saturday night barbecue dinner, which is not to be missed. So if you don't have plans for Memorial Day weekend, the information is down below. You know David Hood from our broadcasts here on DBN, from Deadline, and everything that you've seen David with. His contact information is below. Post in the comments if you have any questions, and we'll certainly get you hooked up with what is going to be, the biggest North American tournament this year. Robert, we've got 2 other big ones outside the States this year. The WDC is coming up in August. Well, what do we know so far?
Well, it's going to be exciting because for the first time, World DipCon will be held on the Asian continent in Bangkok, Thailand. I believe it's organized by Leigh Sarlainen and Andrew Goff. So that should be pretty interesting. It's always been in Europe or North America or Australia before. now in Bangkok, and there will also be a follow-up tournament in Cambodia, which is also Southeast Asia the weekend after that. So if you want to do like a summer vacation in August and pack 2 face-to-face tournaments, one of them would be the most prestigious one of the whole year into 2 weeks, you can do that. So that should be pretty exciting. And then in November, we will have European DipCon in Paris this year. So the French hobby will host the European Championships. And yeah, they are known for having a very vivid and active scene as well. So I think that should be a very interesting tournament as well. And obviously Paris also a great place to be. So also something you could maybe connect to, like visiting the Louvre, or I heard that Notre Dame has reopened. So I'm sure there are things to visit on the side as well.
I've not been to any European diplomacy tournaments, but I've been to Paris, and if anything is going to draw me across the pond, it's certainly a time to go there. I know the French hobby has hosted a ton of great tournaments. I'm not sure of the details on that one. Obviously, being in November, we've got some time to share those as we get closer. But you'll see the link to the Diplo BN website, which will have an ongoing calendar of all items throughout the year. We'll update it as we get more information. And of course, any contacts, just comment down below. The last plug I will make is for our friend Brian, who runs the most fun show on DBN, League Night. I missed out. I was the number one alternate for round 3 last month in March. And we had the most games, the most players. It was really exciting to watch, and I'm sad I missed it. But League Night returns in 2 weeks, Saturday, April 29th. Rounds are worldwide friendly, 3 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 5 p.m. I do Central Time. Chicago, go Weasels.
Yeah, 3, 10, 5. Yeah.
Depends Eastern time, so he can give you the right times. 3 a.m., 10 a.m., 5.
Yeah.
We'll do some UTC for everyone who's watching too. But sign up. It's on the Virtual World Diplomacy Community server, which is linked below. Thanks to Zach for getting those updated prior to the show. We always like posting down below. And the last item I will do is, before we start, is we definitely gotta. Oops. Did I turn it off? I forgot to turn off the banner. There we go. It's easier when doing it behind the scenes. We hit 1,000 subscribers on the Broadcaster Brawl. I'm so stoked about it. The word's getting out. Face-to-face is fun. Virtual is fun. Opening up face-to-face, we weren't sure what virtual was going to do, but the audience keeps growing. Thanks to you guys. So watch us today. I'd like you to like it before you watch us today, because I know afterwards you will. So it just saves you a step later on in the broadcast. So like, subscribe, follow us on Twitter. We don't post too much on there, but every once in a while we sneak something out there. So I'm sure there. Once we get more of a back channel with Ed Sullivan, that's the material that belongs on Twitter. So we'll get out there. All right, let's do whipping. So whipping, this would have been the 20th year anniversary. They took a couple years off post the 2010 DipCon, which is the only time I've been out there. It was beautiful that year. It's moved from the San Francisco area down to the San Jose area because the hosts, Adam Silverman and Siobhan Nolan, I think live a little closer that way. But maybe the badassers live more that way too, so it's easier to get the local players out there. Joshua Shank won the original tournament back in 2004. He's a 3-time champion, kind of like the San Francisco Giants. He won in 04, 06, and 08, skipped a year before my Chicago Cubs defeated the Giants in 2016. Go Cubs. He also won Conquest, which was the first tournament out in the Bay Area in this century. It started in 2001 with Siobhan Nolan winning that one, followed by Adam Silverman and then Joshua Shank. So we've got your hosts out there knowing how to play diplomacy, and little known Adam Siegel was also at the initial conquest in 2001, finished lower than Siobhan. We won't say how much lower, but lower than Siobhan. So great diplomacy out in the Bay Area. It's always a great time weather-wise. I heard there was some nasty rain and snow, but Adam said it cleared up going into the week. So from a tournament, I know, Robert, you were in Boston last year, which is earlier in the season. And Ben, you said you were at Dixie. Robert, what did it feel like going into, I believe, your first face-to-face tournament? Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Early in the season.
Well, I think it's always fun because you have more of a build-up than in a virtual tournament. People are meeting the night before at the bar or something. People meet face-to-face who have never met face-to-face before. You've got people from different backgrounds who've been playing online, who've been playing live in face-to-face tournaments. And yeah, it's really a bit more of a like free-for-all in the sense that you don't know all the people that well. These days, when you have been playing a lot of virtual, when you enter a tournament, there will be a lot of names you know, and lots of people will be have been exposed to the same meta and so on. And in face-to-face, it was, for me, a lot like, okay, I don't know this person, I don't know that person. Are they playing for the win? Are they playing the tournament structure? Are they just here to have a good time and playing each board as it was in, just in an individual game? And that's pretty exciting. And I think probably the fact that it's early in the season will add to that as well, that people will not be there and thinking like, oh, I would like to make the DBNI and this is my last chance, so I got to try something. So yeah, I think it has a big variety of motivations and approaches strategically to the whole weekend, how you approach it and what your goals are.
Yeah, Ben, so same way in yours last year with Dixie, as you mentioned with the scoring system, it's different than most people have played online, which is probably their most recent playing experience. Early in the season and with a different scoring system, is there something to adapt to kind of in the first round?
Yeah, well, you got to play the scoring system regardless, and you've got to play the season to a certain extent. But I think, as sort of Robert just pointed out, the further you get in the season, the more the specter of DBNI and trying to make it or you're going to be in it starts to loom over things. I think, and it can be early in the season with something like VDL, which I love. Everyone's keep playing virtual, please. It's amazing to be able to connect all the time with people, but that you're thinking about the whole year. For a tournament, you're getting together in person if people want to win the tournament, and you are a little more isolated in terms of how you're thinking about this weekend individually, which is great. And adjusting to new people, it's a whole world in and of itself, the individual tournament, which is wonderful.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to. I hope it'll be new second tournament of the year down next one at DixieCon again. Talk to David. Comment here. We'll get you in touch. So, looking forward to that one. Let's take a look at the cast then. We've got. Let's try. We'll figure it out. This is last year's DBNI standings based on who is there this week. You clearly see a clear target on top. The only single digit, the winner of the VDL top board, the winner of the DBNI championship. Let's talk about Brandon first. We'll get to the rest of the cast who's very strong as well. But Robert, Brandon's coming in with not even a big target, a huge target on his back. I mean, he's the face of DBNI, the winner of the two biggest online tournaments. How is he going to avoid that? Just hide under the table all tournament?
I'm not so sure. I heard that Andrew Goff was playing a face-to-face tournament once lying on the floor, but because of back issues. So maybe you can actually play well while hiding under the table, but I don't think that's a good approach. No, I think he's very good at just being likable. And even when people know that he's a damn good player, he can make people work with him. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him do well or even win it, regardless of this giant target he will have on his back. He knows a lot of the players, either from face-to-face or like the broadcast / virtual. We see a few DBN names as well here. So I think he knows how to approach these players. He has played a lot with some of them, and I'm confident that he will be enough of a people person that he will, tailor his approach, how he talks to the people, how he negotiates with them, just like right to the people, and have an individual approach of like, what do I need to say to this person to maximize my chances of having somebody who will ally with me.
And I know I gave Ben both of Brandon's boards, not by coincidence of any means. So that's why I had Robert talk about that one. But Ben, so there's a couple in the teens, a couple in the 20s, and a few in the 30s. But big names, DB&I top board names, former Weaselmoot winner names. Go Zach. What do we see with the rest of the board? Is there a favorite on here without giving away maybe a spoiler you've seen so far?
I mean, there's so many great players on this list. I don't think it's possible to pick just one. A lot of players who've won things here. You can see some of these top shares are very high for a game with 7 people in it. I mean, how do you pick just one person? But I think Matthew Krill's someone to watch. He is also, like Brandon, very good at keeping attention away from him and making the move when the time's right. And he's a West Coaster, I think. I don't know if he's local but I would keep my eye on him among this great lineup.
Yeah, he is. He's from the Seattle area, I think. So not local to this one, but I think he was at Cascadia, where he's more of a local up there. And Matt's great at quick starts. If he can get out with a head of steam and some centers early on, boy, it's tough to catch him. I cheated a little bit, and this, of course, is only the DB&I standings, but one of the faces that you saw on the DB&I broadcasts, Michalis Kamaridis, is also in attendance, and so I didn't let you guys pick from him. I can't wait to see how he interacts on these face-to-face boards. So something to look forward to, and of course, Mastbomb. Mastbomb is the star of every show that we have. So, we'll see how he acts here on these top boards. So, all right, let's get to it. So I will offer a start, and I have to throw some shade on the organizers because rumor is that they tried to pick hard to pronounce names of boards for which I would not understand. But since I spend most of my time on the backside of DBN, I know how to do a little research. So the Mid-Peninsula open spaces, preserves, and mountains are going to be our theme here. And we will link to a nice one that I saw that I will speak more in detail with when the name comes us. But Los Trencos is our first one. And let's get to the names, and then I will disappear for a little bit and let these guys tell you how it started. So Austria is Alex Mon. Alex is a longtime face-to-face player. I don't think we've seen too many games, if any, in the virtual era. But Alex played as long as I started in the travels side, back from 2008 and 9. Noam Brown from Meta fame and the DB&I top board is in England. Cameron Wagner, don't know. Is my German okay there, Robert?
I think so, yes.
Wagner. All right. Must be a local player, no DB&I, but from California. There is another local player that we all know, Karthik Kranith, in Germany. Craig Mayer, everyone's favorite doctor from the Big Sky country in Italy. TD is playing this. I think we were trying to make sure we got as many boards as we could. He is playing. He is not competing for tournament prizes, but he is competing because I've played against Adam Silverman many times, and Adam does not compete in any game. So looking forward to how he'll play in this one. And then Ben Kelman, his pick to click with Matthew Krill starting in Turkey. So I will be clicking the buttons, direct me how to go, and let's get to it, guys.
Yeah, just one thing to add. Actually, I think Adam Silverman is playing 2 boards at once. So way to go. So he made everything he could. He did everything he could to make it happen that there was one more board. So that's quite a ride. One thing I was interested in seeing here is we have a stacked face-to-face veteran East, I would call it, and then we have in the West, one lineup I found interesting was Karthik and Noam, because I don't know how about you have experienced those two, Ben, if you have played with both of them on the same board, but from my experience, they have gotten along very well. I've seen them ally a few times, so I was thinking, okay, is there a little bit of EG incoming? I don't know. Was there anything else standing out to you, Ben, from like these names?
I've played with both of them, but not on the same board. No, I don't. Like you said, when somebody's playing two boards, sometimes they can rely on one of their neighbors a lot to drive things. So I'll be interested to see if Adam clicks particularly well with either of the people next to him.
Yeah, and should be helpful that he, I think, knows both of them well. I have not known Alex before, but if he's from the Bay Area, I suppose Adam will know him. And Matthew Krill and Adam, I'm sure, have played face-to-face before. So how about we just jump into it and see the Spring of 01 moves and see what's going on in this first board of this tournament. And the first thing that jumps out to me is English channel, bam, Cameron Wagner in the English channel. I was wondering if that is a little bit of Cicero, the bot that Noam has developed with the meta research team playing a role here, because I think one of the things that got popular to do for Cicero, that Cicero has been doing a lot, was actually going into the channel, especially as England. So maybe people thought, okay, Noam will do similar things, and Cameron felt like they needed to cover the English channel. Apart from that, I guess Sandstrom opening and Open Galicia is the most exciting thing we see. So the East should be one to watch as well. So lots of action in this very first turn already. And actually, if we go into the fall, look at this defense on Noam Brown's part. I mean, I tip my hat. That is a heck of a guess, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Perfect move. Gets his build. That'll help him defend a lot more effectively.
And I think it's a good defense. We see the classical C-line opening here with France and Germany, France jumping into the channel, and then Germany being supported into the North Sea. And I think this is an underrated defense on England's part if you'd sense that there might be a sea line coming. Yes, it's a gamble. You might just lose London and look like an idiot here. But I think the common sense is to bounce Germany out of Holland here, and I think it just hinders you in your opportunity of getting an ally and turning Germany. So I think if you can pull it off like that, Noam Brown, great job. And then in the East, look at Romania turning red, Adam Silverman, tournament director, playing two boards at once, already in a bit of trouble. Poor Adam. And actually Austria giving up Trieste. So let's move into the winter, I'd say. We will move through this one fairly quickly. And we see Germany has to build in Berlin because Kiel is covered. So that's a nice side effect of this great move on Noam's part. So let's see if he can get Karthik on his side as he has done before in virtual. If we go into the spring 1902, we see another interesting move on England on England's part. He's convoying that army back, and I would like to get your opinion on that, Ben. What do you think? He made this perfect defense in 01. Is this a good move to defend his island, or would you have rather stayed in Norway at this point?
Well, he put his trust in the wrong person, didn't he? I mean, you can't be fighting France, Germany, and Russia at the same time. He seems to have decided to trust Russia and bring everything back, but it looks like maybe he should have trusted Germany because they make the move to Ruhr, and that may have been the better path forward for him.
Yeah. So,
but they still go to North Sea also. So I'm not sure exactly which choice Karthik is making here.
Yeah, Karthik is really going into all kinds of directions a little bit, so he's keeping his options open, I think. In the East, also a bit of an unclear picture. Turkey is taking Sevastopol, but not even bothering supporting it with Black Sea, but rather making sure that Bulgaria is held with two supports from Khan and Black. So Matt didn't seem to be super sure that Alex was on his side. So also a bit of let's see what's going on in the East. I think we have to wait a little longer until we see a clear picture. For now, Austria has taken Trieste back, and I think we can move into fall. And while we were talking about people going to all kinds of directions, look at Austria. They are kicking Turkey out of Sevastopol. They're taking Warsaw off of Russia. They have taken Trieste already in spring, but they're losing Greece to Italy. So that is a crazy east, but Austria is growing a lot. Like that is a very interesting start on Alex Ammon's part. And ouch, look at the West. London going light blue. I mean, he guessed so well so far, and now, yeah, it's always difficult to get a couple of guesses right after another. And now he's lost London, and even worse, to an army. But at the same time, maybe a little bit of hope. He has supported Germany into Belgium, so maybe he has found a friend. Maybe there's an EG now. Let's see how it goes. But obviously, it hurts a lot if we go to the winter to see that England is down to 2 centers already. Lost Norway, lost London, so it will be difficult. Actually decides to keep the army on the island. Defensively, probably a good thing. Maybe limits his options offensively a little bit here. And Austria can't even build 2. Austria's at 7, so is Germany. Let's move on. Let's go into spring of 03. A bit more tactical mastery on England's part. I'm sorry that I'm talking that much about Noam Brown, but I really liked his tactics for the most part, apart from losing London here. Popping that English army in London, so great job. In the east, Turkey is going for Austria, so the question is, who will be Austria's friend after they have taken dots from essentially everybody in the east? It looks like Italy, maybe Craig Mayer, making sure that he can exploit that lack of a fleet build. Turkey has not pulled anything into Smyrna, so it looks like AI now, and Turkey sort of going against Austria.
Yeah, that looked to me like it might have been arranged. Maybe Italy wasn't supposed to go into Trieste, but then once they were there, they worked it out for him to have Greece instead. A and I are not really in position to threaten each other here with the fleets in Austria, and with the fleets in Trieste and Greece. I missed that. No, what did it? I missed
it said that Silverman said to Ammon, at least if you are going to pick the dot, make sure that you have a center open to use it, which is fair. It's rough to get stabbed, and then you're the person who stabbed, you can't even use it. So yeah, fall of 03. We see the Austrian Icarus, they had such a stellar 02, and I think they just flew a little bit too close to the sun. I'm not sure if the sun is actually Matthew Krill because of the color, but loses Sevastopol, loses Serbia, loses Warsaw, and Italy takes Smyrna. So this is a very interesting East. And Adam Silverman bounces back, gets 2 of his home centers back, the 2 he lost the year before. So good on him. And the West, not that much is happening. France regains London. So unfortunately, this time, Noam can't guess right. Very dynamic position. If we look at the board state in winter, we actually see Germany at 7 ahead, Austria fallen down, Turkey in a weird line, having lost Smyrna but being in Serbia. And 2 fleet builds in the West, France and Germany, seem to want to continue against England. Let's see how it goes in 04. So the big story in spring of 04 is the Italian turnaround. So I think you picked a good person in Matthew Krill, just like looking at this move. I mean, that is a hell of a diplomatic coup to get Craig Mayer to move out of Smyrna and just let you walk in there and get your home center back. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess the argument is that you're not going to be able to. He could have kept it because you can't mess with. I'm not sure, but it is a great move by Matthew, and it puts him in the driver's seat in the Balkans a little bit.
It's terrific for Turkey, no question. Whether it will be good for Italy remains to be seen. I think the argument might have been that it would be hard to continue and to gain more from this position with all those fleets. But as you said, he could have kept it for a while for sure. And let's see if he's able to pick anything off of Austria. It will not be easy to take anything from this position either. And if we go into the fall of 04, it's just like a lot of quarreling, no clear direction. The West still is not really resolving at all. No centers really change hand here. England still at 2, London still French. Okay, now France is in the North Atlantic Ocean, but this is not like a well-functioning quick FG, Germany supporting themselves into Belgium, so it doesn't seem like Carthage and Cameroon are getting on too well. even though they have been sort of cooperating for the whole game. And in the East, also very little movement. So my question to you is, if we look at the winter position, what would be the country you would like to pick if I would put you on the spot and say, like, take over for one of those?
Springing that on me here. I hadn't, with Russia on Austria's side, it doesn't really seem like Turkey and Italy have great path forward given the 2 Italian fleets there. Might take France. Now they have that Italian challenger, but I think if France or Germany can get an ally here, maybe they can work together, then they can get moving. And I think that's what I would do, actually. If I was France or Germany, I'd try to work with the other. I don't know why they're button heads a little bit here.
Yeah, makes sense. Always a solid pick. Let's see. I think the story here is IT just rolling forward. We now see a kraken, as David Hood would say it. Italy and Turkey allying and going to Black Sea, going to Armenia. So no peace with Russia anymore for Turkey. And the West just like still static. Russia is in North Sea. That is fun, but no actual center changes or anything. So I think we can go into fall. And now we see disaster striking for France. So you couldn't have known that, but this is an awful turn for France. They walk out of Marseille, Italy takes it. They also lose mid-Atlantic Ocean to Italy, while Craig Mayer also takes Trieste. So great turn for Italy. So IT is really the one making progress. Matthew Krill not picking up anything this year, but seems fine. 2 builds for Italy. France actually has to pull that unit in London. They still have not taken anything more off of England. So let's see how 1906 goes. Very interesting move. Turkey actually gets Sev. That was guaranteed, as long as Austria wouldn't get involved. But they take it with a fleet. So it seems they've made some sort of a deal with Adam Silverman, saying, okay, you do your stuff in the north. I'm done with you for now. Will that mean bad things for Italy? I don't know. But that is what's happening now. Italy is focusing west, taking Spain, and let's move forward into the fall here. France actually dives into Belgium now, so there's more discord between France and Germany. So I think, if anything, that's good for the East. Matthew and Craig still seem to get along well. They're just rolling forward. Austria totally vacates. I'm not sure if it was supposed to tap Bohemia, or they thought they had a deal, or they were just done with the game, but Italy just walks into Vienna. So actually, thanks for playing, Alex. At the end of the year, we see Austria is eliminated. And IT are moving forward with Turkey actually taking 3 builds and building 3 armies. That's always fun.
The second time this game that Matt got people to walk away from him, right? He got Craig to walk away from Smyrna, and then he got Alex to walk away from the from his home centers, and that was an amazing position.
Amazing silver tongue, 8 centers. So is Italy as same center count. So great stuff. In 1907, we finally see the West getting together with Russia. I think they realized how dangerous this kraken has gotten that has risen from the sea. And they try to get into a defensive position and look at those black arrows on Turkey's part. They're just like marching forward, getting into position to take some Russian centers, if at all possible. At least that's what you think. Because if you move forward, fall off of 7. Oh no, Craig Mayer, what's happening? The silver tongue of Matthew Krill, it has worked again, He walks into Greece. He forces Vienna things, Russian centers are difficult to take. Those Italians are easier to take, actually.
The Austrian centers are exposed once Italy's gone west. He is in an amazing position now. Interesting that Germany took Warsaw.
Germany took Warsaw. Yeah, so it was not that solidly of an alliance with the West and Russia together. Now Turkey has 2 more builds, is at 10 centers. When we go into 08, we see that England and France think, no, sorry, my notes are a little bit confusing here. No, we actually see an English convoy into Belgium here. That is pretty interesting. France actually supports it, so will that be anti-German? We could think that. Turkey just moves into position. Let's see what they can do in fall. Italy moves back. Nothing else they can do. Nothing they can do about Trieste. Yeah, and actually Russia gets supported into Skagerrak, but good guess on Karthik's part. He walks into Sweden behind, so a bit of a failure for ER here. Karthik actually gets kind of stabbed by them, but manages to be the one who's actually growing from this turn. Or maybe it was arranged, I don't know, but it looks to me like a weird tactical flub. So actually Karthik is the one getting a build. At the end of 8, so is Matthew. He's going up one more. Is at 11, far ahead of everybody else. Actually, Karthik also gets a rebuild, puts down 2 armies, is far ahead. And if we move forward, that is actually the end of the game. People decide, okay, that's it. Matthew Krill can't be caught. Matt says, okay, there are no clear centers to be taken anymore. And he just takes a commanding 11 center board top, 142 points. So good job. And I think, Ben, you have picked a good person for your predictions here. Very, very good play on Matt's part. I think I was utterly impressed by his. I mean, not that it's surprising. I know that he's a great player. I've played with him as well, but that was some mastery here.
Yeah, amazing.
I think the point getting, Ben, I think just like relying on the system here is every center matters a little bit more. For those who hadn't read the rules or seen it online, each center is worth 10 points for no matter where you finish. Anyone who's remaining at the end of the game shares a pot of 60 points. So you can see that with what do we have? 6 players. Yeah, so each one's getting 10. And then the board topper gets double the number of their centers. So Matthew Krill gets 110 plus the 10 of survival plus 22 for there to get to the 142. Ben, is there room to play more? Do you try to push it in round 1?
I think this is fine. There are times when people end it in round 1 just because it's round 1, but I don't think that's what happened here. He doesn't have the fleets. Krill doesn't have the fleets to break the med. It's going to be difficult to take Moscow or Warsaw as long as they stick together, and you're pretty far from the main line in the middle. So I think this is pretty good.
Yeah, based on this comment coming in, it sounds like they were getting close to a more stalemate line as it was. So why drag on time? So this is 9 years. This is the morning round on Saturday, so there was more games to be played as we go on. So we'll rest up, grab a snack, grab a drink before round 2, and that's a great way. But hey, starting round 1 with 142 points is not a bad way to kick off a tournament.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert, for that. That was great here. We'll let you grab a quick break. Is that right? No, Ben will take a quick break, and then he'll be back to join us. And let's get to the game 2. All right, game 2. It's actually board 3 for round 1. There's Adam Silverman again playing his second board. Local Eddie Brazan, of course, of hobby legend from the Bay Area, playing in England. Henry Flairman, no location. My guess local. Usually we have locations. Don't have locations from folks who are new to the tournament, and we didn't know Henry was coming, so maybe a late sign up or whatever. But Henry's in France. A winner of many different types of tournaments. Top board DBNI top board player from this year. Nicolas Sahuguet playing in Germany. Matthew Tanchi from Portland. He's played with us online, I know, with Windy City Weasels games, playing in Italy. Will Oram from the Bay Area in Russia, and a longtime face-to-face player. I remember him from the East Coast, but he seems to have convoyed cross-country to the Bay Area. Nicolas de la Tour playing as Turkey. So we're going to get through this one. There's a lot of face-to-face games, round 1, where you have to make a decision. You either start out strong, although that's what I said Matthew Krill usually does, and coast, or if you kind of start out settling and grinding. It's the first round. You don't want to make any enemies. You don't want to do any stabs necessarily. So it's just you kind of grind along. And I think that's what we're going to see a lot in this game. Spring 1901, Pretty traditional, straightforward. I'm a big fan of Venice to Tyrolia is my preferred opening from face-to-face back in the day. I know it's not as popular now, but that's generally what we used to see in face-to-face a lot. We see it here. Pre-range bounce in Burgundy, not sure, but maybe that'll lead to something. Certainly not. It sounds like it was just a way, and Nicolas being a wily old vet, maybe wanted to keep an eye on Tyrolia. Maybe he knew Tyrolia was coming and said, "Hey, can you bounce me? I don't want to look like I was just standing still," but he got there. Tyrolia to Trieste, that's old school, old-fashioned non-AI play, especially with Adam being in Austria. Certainly something where it will definitely not make him happy, especially if he's trying to fight off a what he thought potential RT, but certainly with the follow-through from Smyrna and Armenia, probably not. You never know. You can get a convoy. Robert, leaving the North Sea Open in fall 1901, is that a typical move? Is that something you would try often?
I wouldn't say so. No, it's pretty atypical, but it's Eddie Bersan, so who are we to judge? I don't know, maybe some elaborate pitch of a Western triple or something. Hard to say, because it seems like it's not very effective against France or Germany to put a fleet into Belgium, but I'm sure he has some kind of a plan.
Yeah, it just seems well coordinated with Picardy holding, Denmark holding. It had to have been some concoction. And while Nicolas helps us with DBN items, neither of the other two are. And so I'm sure they're not doing this for dramatic purposes, unlike what I do when I'm on the board. So we'll get along. Typical builds, with fleet breast and two fleets from Eddie. Maybe, but with two fleets coming down, it's that Western triple that you might have seen. But I know a lot of Western triples turn into non-Western triples pretty quickly thereafter, and that seems to be maybe the case here. Although pretty standard. Naples to Tyrrhenian was the order that caught my eye here. Definitely not AI. Ionian with trying to one off guests going to Eastern Med. It's disorganized and maybe a tactical battle from the start, but it's definitely not strong alliance play, in my opinion, from any two countries on this board. So the fall is where we see Adam Silverman take the Austria revenge, which I am used to when I do my one-off move from Tyrolia to Trieste in fall of 1901 without approval, and that's where we see it coming here. Tyrrhenian maybe there for the convoy to get the army back home, but bringing fleets over with the fleets being built by France, this is not traditional play we've seen in virtual games. This is, again, old-fashioned face-to-face play. France rarely comes south without resolving the West in what we've shown in DBN. So this will be a good example on what to show. The biggest move from a dynamic sake is Turkey having Sevastopol, having Romania with the fleet, but still two builds is hard to turn down, especially with Ionian moving west as opposed.
Look at that French convoy, though. I mean, it's France convoying to Tuscany and Italy just walking in. That's just hilarious.
Yeah, I know Spain has to be prepared for those Italian fleets coming. And the convoy is creative, but
yeah. But what do you think would? What was he expecting Piedmont to do? I think it's questionable to me. I think just supporting yourself into Piedmont here is the way better option. That convoy to Tuscany can be fine, but this is very risky.
Yeah. Opening round rust, maybe we'll call it. So out of all that, of course, Turkey being the big winner. About Adam gets his build back, which he lost, and then French fleet removal of Brest. So going to rely hopefully on EG to not do what EG would like to do in this situation, and EG will do what EG will do. So Eddie Bersan will have a free walk to Brest if he so chooses. The rest of the board stagnates, other than Adam Silverman's revenge further ticking away. I think Italy will pay the price. You do not mess with Adam Silverman, especially when playing two boards. Eddie gets his fleet into Brest. He picks up St. Pete with the German fleets bouncing in Denmark. Clearly, EG strengthening. We finally get our two-player alliance that we're looking for. In the East, I don't think too much on an alliance anymore. AT probably getting the best of it. When I saw this without the names, a big shout out early, and we'll definitely do it again later, to Sabi Ahuja for setting up the sandboxes for these games. When the sandboxes go up, we don't know who the players are. So with all the talk of AT during the DBNI qualification, I had a feeling. I had a feeling that Farron Jane might have been flying under the radar without that name being on the board earlier. But it is not Farron. Nicola and Silverman must have been watching a lot of DBNI going into it.
We've been very Farron-like, though, to play anonymously without us knowing there.
And in face-to-face, too. So
yes.
Cloak mode.
I'm sure she finds a way to do that as well.
Yeah. With the alliance structure set up like this, Robert, we're let's say almost halfway into the game. Would you want to be another Turkish board top here, or where are you looking?
Turkey has a great position. They have very few enemies. Look at that Ionian fleet being pulled. The main question is, where will they grow? Will they stab Austria? Will they push north? It might be a little bit difficult to get something there. Will they try to get centers like Tunis or Naples? I also love Eddie Bersan's position here. So I think it's sort of like the witches are in the best positions, but their alliance partners, Germany and Austria, are not in a bad position either. But I would probably want to be one of the corner powers at this point of the game.
Yeah. When I saw this, my favorite was looking at the army in Gascony staying place while,
This is Italy saying,
I'm sorry
until the end.
I'm sorry, Adam. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to attack you.
Or it's like Italy saying, France, you walked into Rome. Okay, yep. I'm going to show you what Rome is doing.
Yeah, that's why I said there you go. They traded Marseille last year for Rome this year, and picks up Marseille again. Sometime, and then now Rome to Naples, even
much
better.
Love between Henry and Matthew here in this game.
But yeah, so if AT stays together, likely to see Naples fall to one of them. But Tunis to Western Med with England coming down, the pressure gets Henry gets a little squeezed there. Nicolas finally trying to make his way into the French homeland as well. While Adam just rotating armies around to punish Italy. And even though Italy only owns one of the three home centers, just wants to take all of them by the end. And as you see, he will take Rome with the follow-up into Apulia. Nicolas up in Germany, Nicolas down in Turkey, skips Tunis and allows an Italian conquest of Spain. So it picks the right one to keep in Gascony. Likely Mid-Atlantic was a helper on there. So I don't know what Henry did to deserve that from Eddie Bersan, but it's fun to watch that as it goes along. Adam continues to grow. Eddie EG with Nicolas. Slow and steady wins the race there, but four vying for the top at this point. I think it's just a matter of time. This board, as we mentioned, with a pot of 60 being split up amongst survivors, this would be a little bit different, more the draw-based system where you do kind of grind down players at the end. So players like Matthew and Will, who are struggling for survival, leaving someone on one center as is powerful in open tribute. There's no benefit to doing so in this one. So here you'll see the grind down. But I kid. Russia goes from 1 to 2. Just like Gnome did in the first round. I wanted to make mention. I saw a comment in the I saw a comment in the chat earlier about how well he came back. Those points matters. The difference in 10 and 20 points. A center is a center, no matter which round it is. So moving up some of those, there's no board topping bonus necessarily, but to survive and be as large as you can, that's what David Hood always talks about from a strategy perspective. Do your best, and this type of scoring system is where you must be selfish. You have to get those centers. So for Will to double from 1 to 2, maybe he survives going into the end of the game, especially with AT not looking like too much of a stab opportunity for T anymore. Austria really hasn't had too much pressure from Nicola, but their units are pretty entangled. Robert, what do you think? As we're getting into the mid game more so, I think, based on early rounds, is there any stab opportunity for anyone at this point?
Not a huge one. I think both alliances have done fairly well to set it up in a way that is not easy to stab. I think England probably has the best stab opportunity here. If you work on something with Russia and say like Norway to Skagerrak, St. Pete to Norway, go into the North Sea and go into Holland in spring already, maybe you can take Denmark in fall. So that's probably the best stab there is. Apart from that, no really good stab for any of the major powers, I would think, at least right now.
Yeah, I just, as I was going through trying to watch this, like as we were playing it live, I'm like, who would move here? Again, that's why I brought up at the beginning. Sometimes you just get into those, well, we've made it. No one got out to a big start, or no one had an opening where, someone played bad defense and left themselves open for a stab. In this board, the units are pretty tied up, and Greece is indefensible. France could be carved out. I mean, obviously Naples is completely indefensible now, so maybe they trade. Maybe Austria gets it. Yeah, so they're working down that way. France holds. He's got an ally now. So the Western Triple forms 6 years into the game to guarantee survival for these folks. Russia seems to be in a good place, except for the attack on St. Petersburg. So not sure how that works as far as if there's any retribution, but I don't think so. We see AT both sharing a board top. Sharing a board top does not split the topping bonus. You do not get 1 times your centers as a bonus. There is no board top, as you see reflected. 6 players again, divided 60 into 6. You get an extra 10, which is where they're at, and that's how the game ends. This one was kind of as we've gotten used to seeing some opening round games. What you're seeing, to start, but it gives the shared board toppers 90, which is, not terrible. I mean, you're not far from the lead, but it is 5+ centers away from the 142 of Matthew Krill. So, Robert, what do you think? Fair result, good result, better result, could have been better result?
Hard to say. It's a tournament with no drop round as far as I'm informed. So I see that Adam is in the chat. So if I'm saying nonsense here, please tell me. So if you're playing 3 rounds and all of them count, I think a solid shared board top, or just like a solid center count, because as you said, there is no real shared board top under this scoring system, can be perfectly fine. It's more of a marathon than a sprint. Probably there would have been routes for some of the players to try something a bit more aggressive, but it's a very solid first round for all of them. And as we see, no drop round. Okay, thank you, Adam. The 80 points are not much worse than the 90. So also for the ones who are ending up in second, the EG, that's not a bad first round. We've talked about it before. This is a fairly short game. They will have probably a bit of a break in between before they play a second round. So that can be very helpful as well. 2 good alliances executed well, and it sometimes happens that you have this two-way alliance here and there, and it's just hard to break once they've gotten that far and they're meeting at the stalemate line.
Excellent. Ben, I don't know how much you were watching. Any quick thoughts? If you have any, otherwise we can move to yours.
No, it was a well-played game. Nothing additional there.
Excellent. All right, Robert, take a break. Go refresh your tea, and we'll see you in a bit. All right, so we've got, we'll go back to board 1, which is the one that I did the most research on. This one is, let me get this right, we got Mount Umunhum, which is the second highest peak in the Santa Cruz Mountains. It was inaccessible to the public for about 50 years due to its location and size. It was an Air Force base at the top during the Cold War, where they had a radar station. You could see it from as far north as Stanford. I saw when you're up there. Now they've got some photos it's open now. Apparently, I don't know how much it's open, but you're able to see down to the Monterey Peninsula. You're able to see wine country. Umunhum is an Ohlone Indian phrase called the resting place of the hummingbird from the Ohlonian tribe, who apparently have been there for thousands of years and know the area well. So if you're in the area, such a fantastic place. There was a documentary on it by some local station out there about 10 years ago. I'll have to put it in the I'll see if I put that bio. It was fun to watch. That's where I learned all this history. So thanks for the organizers for making me learn something going into this tournament. But Ben, what's
interesting? You come for the diplomacy, stay for the nature documentaries.
Exactly. Yeah. Usually we do some research into these. Mostly it's diplomacy players. But speaking of art, so research on diplomacy players. Here's round one, board one. So when this board was drawn, you got to hear Dave Roberts in Austria, Zach Moore in England, Katie Gray in France, Chicago's own for the next two, Sabia Huja in Germany, and the number one overall heading in and all of last year from Chicago, Brandon Fogel. Mike Moore from Canada, and Chris Kelly, who I did not know was going. So with three weasels on this board, Ben, I got to think that there was some wacky play.
Yeah, what a board, stacked board, so many good players here. I'm familiar with all of these players except for Mike Moore. And I was curious about the relationship between Brandon and Chris. I know they played together a lot. I don't know exactly how they get along. Seeing, Katie and Zach have played a lot of games together, and Sabi. So was very interested to get a look at this one.
All right, so a little history. Zach and Katie played last year at Cascadia, and there was some bad blood because then they played a house game in Chicago like a week later, and they were still talking about it. So the best part before this, I asked for some video before the tournament, and we got this wonderful contribution here.
Hey, Diplomacy World. Round one, board one, England. Everybody else paired off. I'm here alone. Just to take you around the room, there's Brandon and David Roberts scheming against me. We got Sabine and Katie in the corner trying to carve up my centers. Matt Pottinger, he's a good guy. And these other scoundrels. Who else? This is the last time you'll see me before I have 18 centers. Bless up. Shout out to Kevin O'Kelly.
Gotta love Zach. Very creative negotiator. Always having fun on the board. Glad we got that little snippet there.
Yeah. And the shout out I will say before we get started is Zach put together a NCAA women's basketball tournament in which we said the reward for winning would be a shout out on the first broadcast post tournament. And Zach said, "Well, we certainly know it will get shown because someone who hosted or hosting won that one." So I will claim victory, and I will thank Zach for the shout out. So
nice, congrats, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. All right, let's get to the game.
All right, that's me. So, all right, so you might as well just go on right to the first turn. I was, like I said, very excited to see how this would start off, and it turned out to start off very boring. Everyone does pretty traditional moves. Zach and Katie don't seem to have lasting bad blood here. All the English Channel's open, Burgundy's open, Galicia's a bounce, Black Sea's a bounce, Venice and Smyrna both stay where they are. So nothing too crazy here. Might as well move along to the next one. So we've got an aggressive move by England in the north towards Russia. We've got France taking the Iberian Peninsula. It almost looks like a Western triple, except that France went into Portugal instead of Spain's south coast. Other than that, I would say this is exactly how you would start a Western triple, including Sweden getting bounced. So that's interesting to see. Also, well, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I was just gonna say, RT seems to, no one moved into the Black Sea, no one moved to Armenia. They seem to be on okay terms here. So again, you get builds in the West that look sort of like a triple, except for from France. So it's a little unclear who's on the same page as who here. We've got a Turkish army build, which is pretty IT looking, and makes you a little concerned about who's going to be friends with Russia here.
Yep.
So we can go to the next one. Turns out Russia seems to react to that by taking Bulgaria, but doesn't. I'm sure when Dave offered to support him to Bulgaria, he probably didn't tell him he was going to move behind him into Romania also. Interestingly, despite the build in Smyrna, Turkey doesn't go to the Black Sea. So this sort of relationship between Brandon and Chris must be a little bit unclear to them even. France is not doing a Western triple at all. And if he thought that they were, he's not, Zach is not thinking that anymore as he's coming back. England and Russia seem to be making friends here, though, as they sort of arrange things so that Russia gets a build without England going down one. And Germany's moved into Helgoland, so it sort of looks like, I don't know, it sort of looks like maybe Germany thinks it's an FG, but France is moving to Burgundy. Keep it going here. So trying something else now. England has decided to attack Denmark. So, but again, Germany seems to anticipate this. So Sabi is defending well there, yet the AI has come together, moved into the Aegean, and taken Munich. What do you make of this, Kevin? What do you think's going on, especially with the Western alliance structure?
Well, I'd argue there's no alliance structure. There's no EF coordination for any attack on Germany. Germany is attacking France while France is attacking Germany. This is a Zach Moore pulling the strings. Once Zach gets a little doubt into your mind, you start questioning what you've been building up for. So I'm gonna lay this one at the feet of Zach.
Yeah, well, he made one decision to go after Russia. Now he's made a second decision to go after Germany. It sort of feels like he's poking and prodding and looking for a way forward.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Chris seems to think that he's on the same page with Brandon now and goes to Armenia, but he's not. And it looks pretty clearly like an AI in the East.
Yep.
Now we see, right. Okay, so I don't think France and Italy are actually fighting. I think that's probably arranged. It's a little bit cagey on Katie's part as she tries to move towards the middle with into Burgundy, and we see the AI working together here, and nothing else is too new. They tried that attack on Denmark again, but nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Now, everyone in the West seems to have sort of agreed that Sabi is the odd person out here. Belgium goes down. There's an attack on Holland to make that happen. Russia gets into Kiel. But England is the one who gets the build as Russia vacates. The Greece has given up here. I think that's probably arranged, although it's not a spring turn, so it's not just a pop. But Austria is... Sorry, I've got notes, but it's hard to... there was a reason for this. I thought it was arranged.
Yeah, and it seems EF is kind of gelling together a little bit more. And so maybe Brandon's pitch to Dave is, you don't need that fleet. I can use it a lot more effectively If France starts sending them down, that's the only thing. Another about up north is Zach gave up the chance. Knowing Kiel was going to get tapped, Denmark was completely available, but used the convoy to guarantee Katie the build, and so that's where I see EF kind of gelling a little bit. If Zach is giving up a build for someone, you clearly have to know they're working together.
Right. It's very good coordination between Russia, England, and France.
Yep.
All right. So, like you said, Italy gets that fleet in a more useful position. England's building in a very France-friendly way. And Sabi pulls the fleet, keeping the two units that are adjacent to each other.
Yep.
Now we have we've got England moving south, maintaining their relationship with Russia. And I'm interested in Chris's move here. He maybe is trying to make himself useful and part of the AI going towards Russia. Meanwhile, there's sort of I don't remember what David called it, but this happens in Germany sometimes, sort of a union of many countries, mm-hmm. right? It's very unclear who's going to end up with these dots in the middle of the board right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was laughing because as soon as I said, Brandon can use that fleet to go away, I'm like, nope, Chris Kelly is target number one.
Right. Yeah. He seems to have been duped at least a time or two here, but there's not much he can do really without help from either Austria or Italy. And Dave is playing a very consistent game here, not really being too aggressive, but also growing. Although here the decision is made again to give Italy the build, right? Because Austria is taking Munich, but Italy is the one taking Bulgaria.
Yeah, I think they're just trading location for unit efficiency, maybe.
Yeah, but okay, so it's weird. Italy gets a build because Kiel is bombed.
Yep.
Which is very strange. I was curious. Oh, right. There was a forced retreat in the previous turn, which I thought was clever at the time, but then I realized it was impossible to hold it. Right? I mean, that looks like it's intentional. But because Munich's being able to go to Kiel or Berlin, depending which is left open, although it was not sure that Baltic wouldn't go to Berlin. So I'm not sure exactly what the strategy was there, but they're having some fun there with the flexibility they have in the middle of the board.
Yeah, I like that.
We can keep going. Oh, Katie does decide to actually move into the med here. So this is a true attack now. And there is a need to respond to it. Katie builds the fleet and there is that potential. But Brandon does already have 4 fleets, even if one's all the way in Bulgaria. So he does not choose to build another one. He puts an army down.
Yep.
So you can keep going here. There's movement in the med towards each other. At the same time, Katie's pushing towards the middle of the board. Zach is getting a lot forward. He's getting armies in position to try to contend for the middle of the board as well. And he's maybe starting to give up on his friend Russia here. We'll see what happens as we go forward. He tries a convoy, but it's blocked. But Russia gets into Munich with help from the Western Alliance. Now, that looks good for Russia, but they have no other units around there. So they're building here, but 2 of their units are in Germany, and their nearest unit, aside from Munich, is in Warsaw. They're also building from Romania. So a very good turn for Russia, but they're extended in a strange way. Meanwhile, France takes Tyrrhenian Sea. So they're making some progress here as well. I didn't ask you yet, Kevin, who you think is in the best position to win this game. This may be a good time for that.
It is, but I know the result, so I'll respectfully, respectfully decline.
All right. Let's see. Well, do you have any other thoughts at this moment in time?
Yeah, the AI kind of, as Brandon would always say, an alliance has its time and usefulness, and as the usefulness was that Dave Roberts was the source for other people's dots when they needed them, and most of them went to Brandon or the allies. It's Brandon isn't about to give up any centers for it, but it's not an attack on it. The alliance is still useful. It's just been more beneficial to Brandon at this point than Dave, and to be the lesser power in that too. As long as Dave is acceptable to it, Dave's willing to fight on because 4 centers is still, how many points? We had 50 with the tiebreaker. So 50 is better than 0. And I think that's the way that I would look at it if I were Dave in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not Brandon has this immediate threat of France, but he may be using that to play up the advantage a little bit and be the one who ends up with more of the dots. All right, so we've got we've got another Russian attack on Bulgaria this time, and we've got English units coming into Germany while France moves forward. Also, the EF is really doing well here to push forward, and France takes Tunis, which is a good pickup, but it makes it look like there's not that much more that they can pick up going in this direction.
Yeah. Shoot.
Go on.
Yep. We'll get you going. There you go. Sorry.
Here, England is the one to take Munich, and they're trying hard to get that unit to Prussia, but it is not. It's not moving. Maybe Livonia would have been the one that would have worked. We've got Turkey going into Sevastopol, so Russia's having problems from the Turkish side as well as from the EF side. They're losing one of those German dots right now, and they're going to lose the other. So you've got a bit of a. It looked like a very strong AI at one point, but the EF has been the alliance that's cleared the middle of the board and moved forward. Got another southern build from France looking to push forward in the Med. You've got Prussia being pulled, Bulgaria being pulled, and an army from Zach, which makes you wonder where it's going. And let's see. Goes to Kiel, the other goes to Livonia, and he's got very good position going towards Russia now. You've got Austria pushing towards Russia as well. You've got Turkey pushing towards Russia, and you've just got this Mediterranean fight. I'm not talking about it that much, but it's a sort of a locked up situation there. I'm not sure it's doing much good, as no one's really moving forward here except for England at this point.
Yeah, Katie's using 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 units, obviously to defend against Brandon, but I don't think Brandon wants to be using, 4. Venice still is more in the middle of the board, but 4 units that way. For neither of them are going to gain all that much without misorder and whatever. And there is, for anyone who's played face to face, virtual is the same way. But writing down those orders at the end, close to the deadline, you scribble something the wrong way, and it blows your game. So that's why sometimes you will overcommit units that way. But this is a slog for not much.
I mean, picking up Tunis was good, but I'm not sure. I mean, if she doesn't want to attack Zach, there's not that much else to be done here, I suppose. But I think it was a bit tricky to have Zach be the one who ended up in Munich, because now there's nowhere forward. But, maybe it was smart for Katie to keep her armies back, because now Zach is taking Holland.
Yeah.
And St. Petersburg and Berlin.
Yep.
So just really makes the move all at once. I mean, I assume he was supposed to get some of these, but this gives him a huge leg up. The Mediterranean has decided to stop fighting, but no one's really making a lot of progress. After this, I mean, fleet in Holland is not the most advantageous, but Zach is going to get 3 builds here. Yep. And there's not a lot that can come back quickly. Builds in a way that's threatening to France. And the question is, how does the board react to this?
Yeah, Katie does pull Bohemia instead of something, pro Brandon. So maybe this is where a supply center or a scoring system that benefits not throwing centers, helps prevent Zach from growing bigger.
Right, and Zach's making a case at this point that the game's over, probably, and then. We don't see a big move back from France here. We see them basically holding position, and we see Austria moving forward very hard to the line, taking Warsaw.
Yeah.
And I guess Italy's kind of worried about a stab, I guess. They're moving back to Venice. And at that point, England's armies are coming forward. They both agreed, France and England, not to fight with each other, right? England didn't use those builds to go after France any further, and France is holding the line, seemingly accepting that Zach's going to end up on top.
Yep.
And then that's the end, right?
Yep. That is it. So
So
here's another one where we get 144. We'll bring Robert to the stream here. And so this is the difference between eliminating 1 versus eliminating 2. 60 divided by 5 gets you 12. 60, 6 gets you 10. So where we say about grinding down some of those players who, have fought valiantly, but sadly the extra 12 points per center in that case, puts Zach more in the lead for now. It's still, this game is we still have one more in round 1. We'll get to it. I don't have any overall thoughts. I thought Zach waited patiently well and got a good result for it. So
he had a few. He thought he took a few chances. I thought that was really an admirable approach. He attacked Russia. He attacked Germany. He tried again. Eventually attacked France, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, and Russia seemed to work. It did not be offended by the initial attack, and they had a good plan. Same way with Brandon and Chris. They realized, what are we getting out of fighting? Nothing. All right, let's go our separate ways. And so that's something I think my goal for 2023 is showing how alliances can be mended if there's a breakage somewhere in the game. It just because not with everyone, some people take it a little differently, but to kind of open up and be like, all right, is this the best move for me at the time? And I know I'd do it. I forget about that. And so I'm hoping we've got scenarios in games this season to learn from that. So. All right, Ben, now this time we'll kick you. No, I'm taking a break. You're second fiddle here. Let's move Robert up here. I will get the last one, which is Montebello. We've got Jackson Roberts in Austria, Chris Brand from the DB&I top board in 2016 World DipCon champion in Chicago, in England. These next two players are the highlight of this tournament. For anyone who's watched DBN for any length of time, the beef between Germany, Siobhan Nolan, and France, Jason Mastbaum, is classic. And for them two to be placed next to each other, I won't thank Adam Silverman directly, but if there was some glitch in the seeding system to make this happen, we love him for it. So he's those two there. Eric Silverman, relation, that is Adam's brother in Italy. So for that to be thrown in, and Eric's known those a lot of these face-to-face players for a long time. As I mentioned earlier, Michalis Kamaridis across the pond here in Russia, and Edwin Lopez, local in Turkey. So Robert, let's do this one with this cast of characters. There's got to be some excitement.
It should be fun. And I just want to point out, if it's the classical seeding software we usually have, that is the one Chris Brand wrote. So, curious, Chris, curious that you placed yourself next to Jason and Siobhan, two people who are known to have a long-lasting beef. No, kidding aside, but it's fun. It's a interesting matchup. And there we go. Chris Brand jumps into the English Channel. I think he's very certain that Siobhan and Jason will fight, and that he will have Siobhan's help if he goes against Jason. That's what it looks like to me, at least. At least Eric Silverman seems to think that's a good idea. He goes into Piedmont as well. And an unusual opening by Russia and Turkey. I mean, it goes well for both of them, but if you don't do anything else with the fleets, I would think you could bounce. I would feel better with that, but okay, they both hold. They show the world, hey, we trust each other so much. So good on you, Michalis and Edwin. By the way, go Team Europe, Michalis. You have to hold up our flag over there. Let's go into fall. And once again, a France that has a very bad turn here. Ouch. It seems to be the tournament where Italy just walks into Marseille as soon as France steps out. At the same time, Siobhan walks into Burgundy. This is, Brest is lost. This is a heavy loss for Jason Mastbaum in the beginning. And the East looks fairly standard, has gone into a fairly standard position after this weird hold. Okay. So I think if we look into the winter, the East looks much more standard than the West. France is at 4, but has lost 2 home centers. Okay. And then 2 fleets, 2 armies. This is very EG-ish, I would say. So let's go into spring and see what's going on here. Yeah. And it's more of that, Jason tries to defend what he can do, but Germany slips in. What do you think of the East? I would say looks a bit RT versus AI-ish. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I agree. Despite not moving the fleet out quickly, Turkey's now gotten into the Aegean.
Yeah. It sort of had the same effect as the follow-up of Smyrna to Ankara to just hold the fleet in Ankara. You could still move it into Khan and Fall and have 2 fleets on the mat. So that looks pretty standard. Let's move forward and see in Fall. Yep, more of that. Russia does that nice little circling move. When you have limited options of actually having a good attack on Austria, it's often a good idea to send something into Bohemia and have one more army that can actually attack Austria. And in the West, we see more EG versus France. Basically, Belgium falls. Nothing Jason could do about that. So Chris and Siobhan seem to be on the same page doing the DBN alliance. And there is another disband, another build. Yes, so far so good. Germany doesn't need any fleets, it seems. They just want to build armies. That's what Siobhan does at this point, it seems like. Okay, 03. What has 03 in store for us? Well, Russia gets into Serbia. So some nice guesswork on RT's part. They are getting the better of AI right now, which is difficult. Often it's easier for AI to tactically outsmart RT than vice versa. But so far, looks good for RT. And I don't know, more EG. How much do I have to say more EG in this game? Do you think I have to say something else in the West, Ben?
They are fully committed. England's built only fleets and Germany's built only armies. You can't have more of an EG than that.
Yeah. So let's move forward. And at some point, I'm going to get Kevin to build me a button where I can just replay more EG in the West. Like, for example, in this turn. The interesting thing, though, Germany drops into Tyrolia. So I don't know. Maybe they feel a little too secure that they've got Jason handled over there. I mean, to be fair, there was not that much interesting they could have done. But Germany starts to intervene in the East, actually, while England also takes St. Pete. And at this point, Eric Silverman has said, okay, Jackson Roberts, this is not working with the AI. I'm sorry. No, I'm taking your centers as well. How about Vienna is actually an Italian center now? So it seems the East is reacting, which is, I think, a sensible board read at this point, saying the West is resolving very quickly and we're not going to get here anywhere with AI versus RT. So let's just try something else and get some centers for us. Austria down to 3. Fleet build in Eddie. Okay, interesting. Let's see what this is doing. Is it going to North Sea? Is it going to North Sea? Yes, it is. So maybe Chris Brand could devious. More EG in the West. Thank you, Kevin. I love it. It's good to have a host that is usually also producer. And then, we've got Turkey slipping into Greece. So the East is sort of trying to dissect Jackson Roberts as quickly as possible. But he manages to pop Bulgaria. Good on him. Let's see if he can stay there and fall. Yeah, he can actually, but he's still going down to 2 because he loses 2. Russia gets into Vienna. So it's going to be interesting what the East does once they have finished Jackson. And in the West, it's just time for the button, essentially. We move forward. We see a fleet build. So Jason is pitching, hey, I can be useful. I'm the tip of your spear against those Italian fleets. I'm going to break them. And another fleet built by Turkey. So I'm not sure if they have anti-Italian designs. What do you think, Ben? Is it anti-Italian? Do they think that Italy doesn't have enough fleets and they want to help against the West at some point?
Well, probably some of both. I mean, those 3 fleets are going to be helpful if they want to break the Ionian, and then they'll need to continue west if they don't want to lose the Italian dots to the English units. Oh, cannot build.
Germany cannot build. Yes. So a wave on Siobhan's part, a forced wave, sort of. I guess that's the position she got herself into. Let's see what's going on in the West. Looks pretty familiar. I think we can put the same thing in. The East has Serbia and Bulgaria gone. Jackson for now survives in Greece, but he has to survive the fall turn as well. Italy moves back a bit. I can understand that they got a little worried by the Turkish fleet build, just one. And in fall, we see Jackson survives. Actually, Turkey takes the Ionian Sea. While in the West, well, I don't know. Is it something else? England dives into Belgium. That's interesting, at least. I mean, they lost St. Pete as well, so maybe Chris just talked his way into there, and Siobhan was fine with it. She could have covered it from Burgundy if she had been really, maybe, probably. We don't know. It seems so. And Jackson still survives. So can he work something out? Will there be more discord in the East? Will Eric Silverman be the next one on the chopping block? So many questions. Let's go into the spring of 1906. And, well, Turkey decides it was fun to be in Ionian for a turn, but now I want Greece back. So after all, it's still Jackson Roberts who's on the menu, and Eric Silverman has managed to dodge that bullet. He's helping England into Portugal because he dislikes Jason Mastbaum as well. I don't understand why, actually. I think Jason is an underrated ally. He can be a very good ally. But I guess that old beef with Siobhan is too big. And I mean, Eric Silverman is also from the area, maybe. And, the question is, will Jason survive this? And will Jackson survive this? Two questions for you, Ben. I mean, Jackson is not sitting in a dot anymore, so let's start with this. Will he find a miraculous survival somewhere in Trieste or I don't know where?
I don't think he'll survive the game because Turkey seems to have prioritized taking Greece over keeping Ionian, which is a choice that they could have made. I mean, if you're the RT and you're working against Italy here, maybe you offer them into Trieste this turn, but I don't think you keep them there for good. And then... No, I don't feel good about Jason either. I'm predicting two thumbs down here.
Okay, let's see. Yep, it seems you're good with predictions today. Bye-bye, Jason. Bye-bye, Jackson. Unfortunately, thanks for playing. And I don't know. In the West, if I look at what they do over Sweden, I think it is just more... We don't have the button right now. Okay, but it is the same. It's more EG, actually. There was a little bit of back and forth, but now they're back together, I guess. And interesting thing, what is the East doing now? Actually, Jackson is gone for good. Will they start fighting each other? Turkey has so many fleets. I mean, that's not very comfortable for Eric Silverman. I'm saying, I'm not going to defend against DG like that, probably. So let's see. And that's where it ends with 8-8-8.
You knew it had
Siobhan had a lot of fun.
You know it had to end because England built an army and Germany built a fleet.
Yeah, that's a no-go. You have to cancel the game. That's actually illegal. So actually, I think Adam Silverman stepped in and said, "Sorry, guys, we have to call this game. This is illegal. You're not allowed to do that, EG. So let's stop here."
Yeah. Second time that Siobhan, who thankfully gave me the pointers to highlight her lack of builds twice in this game. But as you might remember from the first Broadcasters Brawl, Siobhan took some heat for building armies as Germany. I think that was the Broadcasters Brawl. Maybe it was not. Maybe it was a different game of hers. But
I think DBNI maybe, wasn't it the first DBNI?
Oh, first, yeah. And I knew it was in the first season. Gets a better result this time without the fleet build. So
what do we think of those results? I mean, 92, that's sort of the similar ballpark as we've seen in the one other game where we had like 8-8-7-7 or so. So sort of solid, like a bunker score. Nothing that will win you the tournament for sure, but certainly something that keeps your hopes open, I would think, if you get two good scores in the next two rounds.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. I didn't say McCall's name all that much in this one. We had so much fun watching the West. He kind of crept under the radar.
He did well, yeah. I mean, I think, as I said before, the RT did well tactically in the beginning. Often AI gets the better of them if they stay united, but they did well. And, he managed to sneak his way into some centers and actually get the biggest piece of that pie, which is Austria. So good on him.
All right, so we've made it through round one with some quick summaries. We're going to do that again in round two, if I can say that right. Let's see what we can see for standings. Hey, we do. All right, so here's a recap, like you mentioned, with those 90s and 80s. A top 10. 8 of the top 10, all within 12 points of each other, and two leaders. So Ben, as we're going into round. I keep saying round true. Nothing is true about that. Round two. What are we looking for with maybe some attacks immediately on Zach and Krill, and how do you if you're those guys avoid being the target?
Yeah, that's the big story coming into the next round. There's two clear leaders. It's not only a small separation. They've got to be pitching to people. Oh, I already have a lead. I'm fine with finishing second in this one. You go ahead, or you try to stir up some trouble between somebody else on the board, or point at somebody really good who's also on the board, somebody who knows won other tournaments, and you should be scared of them.
Yeah. And Robert, well, let me get your thoughts. But first, let me kick Ben off for a minute to go get a drink, because after this, he'll be on for the rest of the show. So enjoy a few minutes away here. And for us, yeah, so here's where we're at. And I think for my next board, let's see if we've got any of these players up here. We do. We got Krill right away. So let's see how it happens. So going in, if you're Krill, do you want to be aggressive at the beginning, hoping to say, look, I just want to stay alive? You don't want to invite an attack, right? You want to be aggressive to start.
Well, I think if I'm in this position, I really hope that I have a little bit of a read on the players, because there are players where I feel like if you're in a position as such, the best thing to do is to say like, hey, I'm completely committing. For example, I'm England. I'm jumping into the channel right away and saying, Germany, hey, I'm the best ally you could think of. Let's just go. And there are players who are a little more hesitant, where it's probably best just to play it safe, not do anything stupid, and hope that your opportunities will come. I don't know Mike Moore, and I only heard of Eddie Bersan. Obviously, I've heard a lot of him, but I've not played with him. So it's hard for me to say what's the right approach in this particular situation. But I think it's, as so often in diplomacy, totally player dependent. Both approaches can work.
Yeah, and the players you haven't mentioned yet, we've got Nicolas Sahuguet. Again, everyone knows of him. Eric Silverman, really good player, just doesn't play a lot, but well known in the face-to-face. And Jackson Roberts, who was I think he finished number 8 in one of the initial year
twice.
Yeah,
twice in VDL, and actually is playing in the Nexus finals right now.
Yeah, excellent. So we know the quality of player. That's the thing. We didn't really stress how good the field was outside of those top 10 names, but everyone all throughout the list
as well. Yeah,
we love it. So, and Robert, I will, once we get to the map here, I will. So what did you say about an England that goes into the channel? And it would be a good ally to Germany. Are we remembering a recent game that you and I might have played together? Is that what we're, no.
Well, you know, some Germanys are very bad allies, but when Robert Schuppe is in Germany, you should always ally with him, because that's always a good idea.
I won't say the player that you were next to in that game tried to ally. All right, we'll let bygones be bygones. No, so he doesn't. So in this case, Krill does not jump down to the channel, maybe not wanting to be the target. Again, standard openings. This one more traditional AI with Venice to Trieste. Karthik may not have had a choice about that, but with 2 experienced virtual players there, it's not a terrible surprise to see the virtual opening. Jackson Roberts doing the Sunstrom, which I love to see. I think that got away in season 2 when Turkey did so bad, and I think Turkey did a lot better last year with a little bit more creative opening. The Armenian fist bump was seen more. This was seen more. So we'll see how this one rolls along. The traditional AI sticks there, although with the Russian fleet coming into Romania, maybe plan, maybe not. Jackson leaving Sevastopol closed for a build, so no two fleets to worry about. But Jackson certainly has to be worried. In the West, an army going to Portugal, which is interesting old school play by Eddie. Krill getting the two builds, getting Norway, getting Belgium. I know in VDL, in the meta moment on League Night in that second season, we really focused on how well England did getting that second build immediately, and the results are unbelievable. So Matthew already off to a strong start. So bounce in Sweden. We don't see that as often, or haven't, at least over the last year or so, but knowing Romania was safe maybe allows for Mike and Eric, who I think know each other from face-to-face play back in the day. So maybe there's some bridges that were burnt, back in time. So, and here's the two fleets that, just a reminder of, what England can do to help Germany. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I said I'd stop talking about that. Here's Germany follows through on going into. I said I'd stop talking about that. England and Germany, e.g., no follow-up from Italy. Italy knows, we've heard success stories from Brandon, from Peter McNamara, from other well-played Italys, that you have to solve the East. It's so difficult to stretch. So maybe Mike and Matt, who I believe are Pacific Northwesters together. So maybe they have a strong alliance coming in. But Bohemia and Tyrolia is the fun part of these orders for me. So we're getting into spring. I'm going to show you the fall orders, Robert, here, and we're gonna finally get the taking of Tunis, and we get there. Is this a turnaround? See, I saw this coming from England not following the plan. What does this now say about Eddie Bresson's mystery diplomacy skill that people just forget, even though he's been playing it for 60 years?
It says a lot. I mean, it looks to me like his reputation was even bigger than the target Matthew had, because he was like in a good position standing wise. And to be fair, it is a pretty good stab on England's part. I mean, I think what sometimes people imagine that the great players would just like be able to pull off a very convincing speech at any point in time. But usually the secret is that they are just very good at spotting opportunities for other countries, always thinking, what would I do in their shoes and what would be the best move in their position, and then pitching it very convincingly. And I believe that's the case of that right now. I'm sure he was great at talking as well, but okay, what do we have there? I didn't look at that. Okay, he bounces Germany out of Belgium. Yeah, he knew what was happening there. Probably, maybe England told him. And England gets Denmark because they know what Germany is actually doing. They get Holland. So I think it's probably just convincing because it's a good move for England.
Yeah, Krill played that perfectly, gets up to 7. Here's the fast start that I was talking about earlier, because of course I had prior knowledge to it, but from games past too. This is the start you want. You've got a top spot. You're in a corner power with France and Germany fighting too. So the odds of being
but if I may just ask one question, is that the kind of helpful England that I should have taken in that game? Is that what you were saying earlier?
We don't know what would have happened, so we'll just live on from there.
Sure, I'm gonna bring it up later again. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. There's no reason why I, as host, paired us together in this. I'm just
totally coincidental. Yes, sure.
just like Siobhan and Jason being on a board together. Yes. I'm sure it's just coincidental.
It's all Chris Brand's fault. I'm sure. This as well.
Yeah. AI moving along. Jackson is these are the situations we remember from the second season, where even if you play it perfectly, there's just nothing you can do. And knowing there's a strong EF now on the other side, it's imperative for Air to settle it sooner rather than later. It doesn't bring in the dynamics of a fast moving game, but centers matter, and maybe if you can grind down and we get to a three-way, someone will be happy. But if we get down to a three-way, that means someone's getting cut out, and do you have the trust with online versus old school players that can do it. Maybe Krill and Nikolai and Karthik, who are used to each other online, can do that. We'll see that. But Silverman's getting the build out of Khan, and Jackson tries to do his best to survive. It'll be short-lived, I'm assuming, but he gets there. Nikolai brings the army back to Apulia, probably I'm just going to be safe at home. Nothing there. Karthik picks up 2, brings the army back to Bohemia to put the pressure on the West. But Krill, here's where the Krill keeping everything where it's at. You got Eddie bouncing in English Channel. Germany's still further under attack. It just doesn't bode well for anyone who's not part of the alliance right now. So, although what did we lose? Oh yeah, right, because he lost Belgium, which he should have got there.
If I may just quickly say one thing, I think this is a great example of how AI does well when they get RT to fight. And we've seen that they have switched back and forth between helping one of R and T and then attacking them again. And Nicola and Karthik have been sticking together so far, and they've managed well to prevent Jackson and Eric from sticking together. So if you want to see how you do AI well, I think so far this is a masterclass in that.
Yeah, two world-class players being there, and you're just getting there. Although, maybe Turkey does. He finds a friend. I don't think it'll be long-lived again, just because A, I've seen the result. But B, it's your centers at 2 are worth the same amount to you as they are to me. So I'm gonna take them. Just grind them down. EF stay together again. Self bounce in channel, bringing everything over. Russia is going to feel the fate too. So maybe they are able to grind down 3. You get the bonus of 15, which anything that Krill survives with a 4, gets an extra 5 points out of that too. Just building on top of that, topping this board as well. AI, do you want your partner to get the extra center? Do you want you to get the extra center? They get to a point where they say, look, we can work on grinding you down as well. Let's just agree on something as we get there. Sorry to Germany, who makes the complete fall. Russia, the same way. We lose 2 players on that one. Jackson Roberts builds, though. 1 up to 3. We get there. We got 3 at 8. 1 at 7. So Karthik needs to. Yeah, there you go. Now Karthik gets in on the action. He gets 1. He gets 1. Everyone gets 1. This is where in those 3-way draws where you get to, 9, 9, 8, 7. Although what did Krill? We got Eddie. Eddie, there you go. He takes Keel out of it. But again, Krill goes, all right, I'm a board leader. I'm willing to throw a dot here. Eddie builds 2, but waves them. Krill pulls a useless fleet. Karthik builds 2, but can't build any. That is it. And there we go. We're getting in our place to take the final center. Tries to support or convoy. I don't know what Brandon's colors are there, but we are to the end of the game where, again, Karthik can build 2, but can't build any. And we get to the end. So he sacrifices 20 points to not be part of the 3-way shared top. But with a 3-way shared top, he knows he's not giving up a topper's bonus. So, by not giving up 20 points right there, it's actually a net 0 if he's able to keep none of those 3 from getting there. It's not a gain of 20, but defending for any football watchers you don't want to drop points, but if you do, you want to make sure your opponents are dropping them as well. So, why is this the type of result that you want to see if you're leading the board coming into round 2?
It's pretty good. Of course, if I could get a top, I would want one, but it's very solid, especially given that there's only one player who had a very similar result to you. Everybody else was already quite a few points back. Already 3rd place was, I think, 92.
Yeah.
Compared to 140 and something. So that's perfectly fine. I think Matthew will be set up very nicely when he's going into round 3 to have not only a good shot, but actually a great shot at challenging the victory. So I'm not too unhappy with this game at all as Matt. And the others, yeah, they got a solid 105. So yeah, good game. Two alliances, very two different styles of play, and as I said, AI sort of stuck together from the beginning and showed us how you can do well when two powers in the East stick together and get the other two to fight. And the other thing was there was an AG and then this great turnaround we talked about, more of a, hey, there was an initial alliance and then there was a turnaround when there was a good stab on one of the original alliance partners.
Yeah. And here's, I bring up Jesper's comment here, because maybe, I don't know, does Karthik play it a little differently if he's able to maybe get one of those two builds, But, he's got a better score here than I think he had last time. And no one knowing they could top the board with the big number on round three, or in round three, you can have that. So the style has been different so far. Not terribly dynamic yet, but I'm sure we'll get there. So, all right, Robert, I'm going to give you a break because we're going to get Ben back on here. Let's see, hello, Ben, and and then this will be your last break before we take it home.
All right, see you in a minute or in a few minutes.
Sounds good. All right. Ben, we've got board one, round two, the players of which, this is Piketty Ranch. We are still in the open preserves, lots of trails. The other one is the one I took a little more notes on in round two. So we'll get to it. Everything here is at openspace.org for anyone who wants to go and read about any of these trails and mountains. So we'll do there. More notable here is we've got number one back on this board with a couple of players that he saw. Katie Gray, I think, was on his board the first time. But he's got some old reliable enemies on this one too. Jason Massbaum, I think he played both of his DBNI boards on the second DBNI qualifying. He played the final against Chris Brand this time. Nicholas, I don't remember if I think Brandon he may have remembered him from Worlds, but newer player Alex Amon is someone, again, not terribly familiar with, and Cameron, who we saw in the first round too. So coming in, when you saw these board names, what were you thinking for a round two game?
Yeah, well, I wasn't familiar with Alex, Nicholas, or Cameron, but it sounds like you've said that Alex is a very experienced player. Is that what you were saying?
Face to face, yeah, old school face to face. I don't think he played at all in the pandemic era, and I don't think too much face to face even leading up to it as much. But certainly when I first started in the late aughts, early 2010s, he was active at the time.
All right, well, we have some very good players on here who weren't at the very top of the standings, but we saw get some decent scores. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody breaks out here.
Yep. All right, let's get to it.
Right, so you've got him moved into the channel right away from Alex Amon. Brandon does a pretty neutral opening where he's able to sort of defend decently, so we'll see how that turns out. Other than that, nothing really stands out. Venice holds, so we'll see what that chooses to do in the fall. We've got the Trieste exchange with Italy going into Aegean. That's how you normally see it done. A lot of trust to do it in the fall, because if Italy gotten blocked out, they wouldn't have gotten a build. So that shows some good AI trust. And aside from that, England does not make the right guess this time and goes to Belgium. So France should be okay to recover from this.
Yep. And then brewing RT, maybe we'll see as we get there.
It looks like very AI RT to start. We see. Builds.
Yep.
Obviously, we see a fleet in Brest, which is needed to defend against England. Pretty neutral from Germany. Interesting that it's in Belgium instead of Munich, though. Berlin instead of Munich, though.
Yeah.
I guess probably trying to show friendship with France.
That's never a good idea with Brandon, but maybe it is.
But it works out. He goes Burgundy to Belgium, and at the same time, I guess this is sort of a trust but verify. I'm sure he asked Alex to move away, but we've got a verify situation happening here where he's still moving towards him.
Yeah.
Then in the East, AI is making some progress here in terms of centers, whereas Turkey gets into the Aegean. Russia goes into black, but you could see that being invited from Turkey in this situation. We'll see how that plays out going forward. Oh, and also Warsaw to Prussia is an important move, I think.
Yeah, the bill maybe response to Berlin.
Right.
Yep.
That brings Germany back east, or maybe it was happening anyway. France, Brandon decides that he has made up with Alex now and moves into the Med. At the same time, Italy convoys to Tunis, which is, probably had to make the pickup then, or they weren't going to get the chance. But it messes with their attack on Turkey a little bit. They choose to pull Eastern Med instead of retreating it to Syria, probably with the understanding that they will need to fight in the Med more. So I think we see 2 fleet builds here.
Yeah, and that could be confirmed, which is nice. That hey, blow it up for me. You don't lose any position, terribly. You're not going to get Bulgaria back, so let's be useful to each other. Yeah,
right. It causes a bit of a difficult reshuffling, but you would think that this may cause an AIR, which Turkey doesn't really want to cause anyway. So we'll see what happens. France builds in Marseille. And so we've got an EF looking situation here in the West.
Yep.
And that continues with the convoy north. Chris tries to rotate his units in Turkey, probably to set up a situation where 2 things can defend Ankara. But everyone's coming at him, and he's not in the best situation. We've got a Mediterranean fight. Again, we'll see if anyone profits from it this time. And Katie is moving towards Germany or towards Russia. It's hard to tell, right? Giving herself some options.
Yeah, I was excited in the last turn. I saw the armies pushing up against Germany, and now they all go in different directions to reset. Although
it does. You get what you want, Kevin. It does against Germany. And just gave a little bit of leverage there, maybe because Germany seems to think that they're supporting. You'd think I'd know the map, right? That is whatever. It's doing that support in the middle. It's trying to get Austria to go back south, get away from it.
Yeah, can I show? I thought
that's Silesia to Bohemia. I'm like,
yeah.
Yep,
there it is.
Just took me a second. All right, so you've got progress in the north from England. And the question here really is, and I'll actually ask you, do you think anybody breaks the line here, or do you think it's just we're going to get stuck?
I don't remember the result of this one, so I'll take a gamble at it. If the West stays together, no. I don't think, well, I shouldn't say Brandon won't stab, but I think it grinds down to about nothing. I don't think anyone, if Turkey's eliminated, it'll be East versus West with no progress. That's my prediction.
Yeah. All right. You can. Let's see. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I ran through this one and I don't remember it that well either, actually. So kind of.
All right, we'll get to it then.
Keep going. Yeah. So importantly, you see Western Med going back to Spain, sort of taking some of the tension off of that Mediterranean fight.
Yeah.
The line in the middle is so stagnant that nobody's even trying to break through it.
Yeah.
That must have been evident from negotiations. Russia is making a defense against England in the north, but England isn't even trying to go south. They have decided to shore themselves up in the north. Turkey is going down here.
Yeah.
Now we do see a move by Katie, probably seeing that everything's stagnant, to try to pick something up. She's getting Smyrna and she's getting Warsaw here. But at the same time, Italy starts to come back because France is moving away. So it ends up being a little bit of a race situation here, assuming that France and Germany don't actually push forward any further.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to try and grind out Jason, you don't need his armies to defend the line. You could put your armies there, especially if Alex is not trying to progress terribly hard, which right now he's not.
Right.
You know.
And 3 builds, only gets to put 2 down. has some choices here, does not make any moves on Italy, moves further towards Russia, giving up Warsaw to, I think, have a chance at Sevastopol. Yeah, they will. And the West makes some progress forward, but not, England's moving in and Germany's moving in. So it'll be an interesting choice for Katie about whether to, how to direct her forces here.
Yeah.
Does take Sevastopol, does take Romania, still doesn't have any space to build everything, loses Greece. France is not coming back into the Med. So it really is a game that is happening only in the East right now.
Yeah. Interesting that Cameron goes out, it looks attacking Austria.
Right. Yeah. I'm very curious as to, you can never know. This is very action after report kind of stuff. But I'm very curious as to whether Cameron would have come back anyway once France disengaged.
Yeah.
And whether it would have been a fight regardless and Katie get the jump, or whether it was Katie's attack that brought on that movement backwards by Italy.
Yeah.
That fight continues. Katie's making a play for Ankara. There is a successful move into Trieste by Italy, but not a lot of progress for moving further than that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of units around Warsaw as well.
Yeah. North Channel is the first time where there's been It is.
It's the first time we're seeing conflict there. Not coming south. Now we have France making a move back north.
Yeah.
But then it sort of doesn't go any further. I wonder if that was just arranged.
Yeah.
Bulgaria's lost for Katie, and it's sort of because they didn't take. I'm trying to think. Did they need to use Khan to defend Bulgaria?
Well, tried with Serbia's support for a 2v2, but probably could have just given up Serbia taking Ankara.
Right, and had a good chance to take it back.
Yeah.
Or
even not back, it's still a trade. And then maybe diplomatically working it out later.
Yeah. It is even now, and I believe that's where the game ends.
Yep, you're right. There you go.
So it may have been arranged in the end to end up even, because I was surprised that Katie didn't take Ankara.
Yeah. Yeah, and there you go. 3-7, so no board topping bonus. Share only one elimination, so not too many extra board bonuses. Let's get Robert back in here. The second round 2 game where it kind of is just like, oh, we're gonna play, but we're gonna get to a point and then we're gonna be done. I mean, there's really not much more play here, is there? Unless you really want to take a risk.
Probably not. It might as well be part of the reasoning for that might be the timed second round in a day fairly late. I think often players are more inclined to just find an alliance and play a few years, eliminate a player or two, and then draw, rather than pushing every little advantage they can find.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So we got one more game in round 2. Let's get to that one. I will take an off-screen break here while pushing the buttons, but let's get these players on here. This one is Perisima Creek in the Redwood Trails. Apparently, very good hiking location as well. Lots of YouTube that I was able to catch up and see some of these. So very good. I'll switch you guys around because that will be switched right here. We've got Edwin Lopez, a local in Austria. Dave Roberts of season 1 excellence. I think VDL top board on that one. Will Oram, who got, I think, squeezed out in round 1 as Russia. He'll be in France this time. Craig Mayer, who I thought had a good start, but maybe got the brunt of it at the end. Callis, 3rd place again, which is so funny. Under the radar the entire first game, and just happens to be in 3rd place out of that. So Zach Moore was in first. So I think I like this. Brandon's most recent update. It shows the standings as it was at the start of the round, not as it is as of what we've shown so far. Although that might not be good for the round 3. We'll test it out. Maybe he's got some new update where it chose it in the last round, but not the first ones. But everyone's favorite NADF president in Russia, and then again Matthew Titachi, West Coaster league player. I know we've seen him online in VDL as well, playing in Turkey. So,
do you actually also get PTSD, Kevin, when you see Michalis in Italy and Russia played by Zach? You know, it reminds me terribly of a certain game where I was Germany and you England. We might have mentioned before.
So Dave, we'll compare our results compared to Dave and Craig here. Although I don't know, I know Craig and I know Dave. I think I like being Dave in this situation.
Yeah. Well, for those who might ask themselves, what are these weird jokes Kevin and I are making, go back and watch the Broadcasters Brawl #2 and see how Kevin and I are better, hopefully better at talking about this game than at actually playing it. So I think that's at least what we proved there. That's not saying much about our skills to talk about it, but, you know, at least something about our playing skills.
I think Siobhan misheard I think I said everyone's favorite current NADF president, not in total. I never would have said that. Never, ever. Anyway, bye.
All right, Ben, I'd say let's get to it. And if we look at spring of 1901, the first thing that we see is everybody is piling on France. Germany, England, Italy, everybody going into France full front. That's not the nicest thing to do. And yet, in the East, I want to quickly talk about this Turkish opening. It has been known as sort of the virtual opening for Turkey. And I think it's mainly known for being good because you can get 2 fleets on the mat quickly without having to risk giving Russia the Black Sea. But if we actually go into fall, we see that not only is it also, you know, popular in face-to-face now, but you can actually do different things with it. I think one of the more underrated options it gives you is that you can still go against Russia in fall if you feel like that's the better option. And that's what Matthew Tonki is doing here, going into the Black Sea, going into Armenia. So I think it's just like shows how flexible this opening is, and you can do a lot of things from that position. For those who might be newer to the game, that's actually an opening that might be a bit counterintuitive, not putting anything into con and spring, but it gives you lots of options. It's a nice one. Apart from that, you know, one more time we see Piedmont to Marseille work. That seems to be a recurring theme, at least in the games I'm covering. So France, watch out, you know, those Italians are coming for you, Marseille. We see it over and over again. Another bounce in Sweden as well. So let's see what will become of that. We can, I think, push into winter, see the builds. Okay. Yeah, nothing terribly surprising. Turkey building Fleet Smyrna. Okay, they're not totally trusting Italy and Austria. Fair enough. Let's see what the spring has in store for us. And my question to you, Ben, is, you know, thank you, Kevin. Let's not, because we've seen that thing in the West already. Let's talk about the East quickly. I mean, it looked to me a bit like AT cooperation, also with the moves Turkey did. But what do you think are Austria and Turkey actually doing here? I had a bit of a hard time making sense of this combination of moves.
Right. Why leave Black Sea now if you're going to continue the attack on Russia? And also, why move to the line?
Yeah.
I don't.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's not just Austria changing what they're doing. Turkey's changed also. So
yeah,
maybe it's RAT.
Probably, yes. But at the same time, it feels to me like that they maybe didn't coordinate as well as they could, because if it's an RAT, surely the target has to be Italy, and Austria is not doing exactly anything that is helpful against Italy apart from...
You're right. There's no cohesive decision.
So that's a bit weird. Let's see what's becoming of this in fall. Well, Turkey is at least setting up to go against Italy, and for now, Austria says, okay, I can get my dots in the West, and takes Munich. So they may be playing a little bit of balance of power, saying, okay, Germany is fairly strong in the West. Let's annoy them together with Russia. So maybe actually rat is the right thing, the right read. France actually defends very well here. Great turn on Will's part. He guesses exactly right what he needs to cover. Leaves Paris open. Guesses right that nobody will go there. Taps the right things so that Brest stays French. Good job, Will. So he stays at 4 if we are in winter. And then we can go into 1903. Germany has to pull that fleet, and England says, okay, thank you. Now you have only one fleet. How about I let the East kill your last fleet and I take Denmark for myself? So yet another England that stabs Germany from an EG position. Yeah. And at the same time, it looks like probably it actually is a rat. That's kind of at least how I'm reading it. Austria is not really going against Italy, but they are very friendly with Turkey and with Russia. Russia's putting the fleet in there. So let's see how this goes in the fall. England is going a bit into all kinds of directions, actually takes Spain with a fleet in the north coast, unusual one, but it makes sense when you see that Italy is the one putting them there. So probably it was Michaelis's condition, like, hey, I'll put you into Spain, that's fine, but not into south coast. And England said, okay, a dot is a dot. Oh, I'll take it that way then. And yeah, now we see, okay, Michaelis loses Venice. I'm not sure Greece is most likely somehow arranged. I'm not so sure if I like it for Austria. Maybe you have different opinion on that, but I think Austria needs to be ahead quite a bit in an ART to work. And as it stands, they're giving up centers, even though they're just like slightly ahead. Maybe we can see the winter position.
The fleet into Venice doesn't allow for any continuation against Italy.
Yeah, exactly. So if we look at the position of the whole thing, yeah, I mean, Russia's at 6, Austria's at 6, Turkey's at 5. It looks fair if you just look at the central count, but I think I'm not super happy if I'm Edwin right here. I don't think it would have been unreasonable for Austria to ask to be at 7 if they are an ART here. So Turkey, yeah. Let's see what's happening. A bit of, what do we have here? Spring of 04. Yeah, Italy decides to go west. They have had a hard time in the east, so they think, okay, maybe I can get some centers over there and don't worry too much about the east for now. Austria tries to configure the unit distribution, and I'm not quite sure. Sorry, where are we? Notes are difficult. Army Berlin to Munich, I've written down. So I think there was a support. Germany tried to support Russia into Munich. Yeah, so they're trying to break up the East, so it makes sense. But apart from that, ART so far together. Zach, as the tournament leader, has found some friends after it looked like AT for a while. Let's see what the fall brings us. Oh yeah, no, sorry, it was a note for the fall. That now my notes make sense, actually. Interesting that Zach actually, I mean, it looks like he's sort of friends with them in the south. He pulls the fleet off the board, but at the same time, he takes Munich, so even less centers for Austria. That's a bit weird. And I think Michaelis decided that he didn't like the board draw, and he said, like, no, Adam, you misunderstood me. I didn't want Italy, I wanted France. And now he has all French home centers, so probably now Michaelis is saying, yep, ready now, we can start the game now. Now we've corrected that. Let's see what this game will bring. Let's restart. Because in the East, it's not looking too well, but he's actually getting 2 builds, even though he lost Venice. 2 armies for Zach, so that is certainly not anti-Turkish or as anti-Turkish as it could be. So the red is for now holding on, but look at Army Serbia being pulled. Doesn't that look a little bit brave?
Yeah, it's a little bit tempting for the RT here. And at the same time, Michaelis has built 2 fleets, meaning he's I'm not sure. I guess he's not going to try to take Venice back by force, at least. At the moment.
Yeah, he's saying, screw Venice. I've got French home centers now. I can get my art in Paris. I don't need Venice anymore. It will sink to the sea at some point anyway, probably. So let's see what the spring gives us. And tension building, spring. Yes, Austria probably realized during the spring turn that it was a mistake to pull Serbia. They move back already. I mean, that's also a face-to-face thing, right? You have very limited time for the adjustments because they're usually on the clock. You just do them right away. I don't know what your experience was when you had your first face-to-face tournament, but I was like very rushed and felt very pressured when I had to decide on a difficult build or build or disband decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Instead of having like the 3 minutes on the clock, short, it's just like, okay, what are you pulling? And it's like,
yeah,
now. Yeah.
It can be intense. And I don't know, Edwin, I don't know.
6 people looking at you, waiting for you to.
Yeah, especially if you're the only one, right? And yeah. So maybe he made a little bit of a mistake there and realized that in spring. So now it's actually RT going after Austrian dots.
Oh, you were talking about adjustments. I was talking about a retreat. That was an adjustment, wasn't it? But still, it's very.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. You know, later in the game, sometimes it's still the same thing that only 1 or 2 people have a build. Sometimes only 1 person, and it's both of them work the same way in face to face.
It happens fast. It still happens much faster.
Yes, exactly. You don't have necessarily a fixed amount of time, like you have that many minutes to make your decisions. So let's go forward into the next turn in fall. Pretty painful. One move is that struck me as a bit painful is Army Bulgaria hold. I don't quite understand why, because it could have easily walked into Serbia here and they would have made great progress. I don't know how Matthews convinced Zach to give him Bulgaria. I would certainly think that Russia should get Bulgaria from this position. But when you actually manage that diplomatic coup, at least take a shot at Serbia. Yeah, it might get bounced, but I mean, you can still cover Bulgaria with a fleet or self-bounce there. So that is a bit costly. You could have dismantled Austria way more effectively here, I think. Whereas in the West, we haven't talked about the West much lately. There's still some like EG cooperation, and Michalis, you know, pretending to be French still in the home centers, while France is just sitting in Portugal. Unfortunately, Will only has 1 army left there that cannot do much. He doesn't even bother ordering it to Spain. Yeah, and that's sort of what we see here. So if you look at this board state, what do you think will be the end result? Will RT pull it off? Will one of them, you know, get the upper hand on the other? Or will England, I mean, right now, England is leading in terms of centers. Will they be able to maintain their lead? What's your prediction here, Ben?
There's a little bit of strife between Turkey and Russia already, right? We just saw Turkey move back to on. I am curious. I think this is a moment of diplomatic uncertainty. I don't think the East is all going to be totally together here. At the same time, even though I could see Russia working with Austria here, I don't know that they're going to do well in the North. So, sorry, I'm trying to decide who I think is going to win.
All good, yeah.
That I don't know. I'll stick with Turkey, I think.
Okay. Let's see what Turkey does. And they actually go against Russia. However, Russia seems to be working with Austria, which is not great news for Turkey. They get into Black Sea and Armenia, which is good positioning, but they also lose Budapest. And now Germany and England seem to say, like, hey, that's enough. Play pretend of being French for you, Michalis. We want those centers now. But Michalis gets into Spain for now. So let's see in the fall, if we go forward, in the fall of 1906. Please, can we see the fall moves, Kevin? Maybe Kevin fell asleep. No, he didn't. Yeah, so we actually see yet another realignment. After, for one turn, it was like AR. Now it seems that AT are the one working together. So brutal turn for Zach. It looked quite okay for a while for the tournament leader. But now he completely gets crushed this turn. EG moves forward, takes some Russian centers, takes some centers off of Italy, and AT gains a few centers as well. So this is a pretty quick downfall for Russia. And if we look at the center count after this year, we see that England is still on top with a big tie on 5 centers. Dave Roberts actually now in Moscow already. So made it somehow across the stalemate line. And yeah, I think if we move forward, I think the next turn is actually the last turn. We see a draw. And my big question is that actually a good thing? Like, should Turkey especially take this draw? I had my doubts, but I mean, I guess there are arguments to be made for it. Would you have taken this ban as Matthew?
Depends on the diplomatic situation. Obviously, given that I thought Turkey had a chance to win just a year ago, I thought the game would play out a lot longer. Zach decided to defend south instead of north, and that leaves a difficult situation. I think it all depends on the diplomatic situation between Turkey and Austria. If Turkey can get Austria on side here and start pushing north, then there's still some possibility. But if not, then this is as good as they're going to do. If Austria and Turkey are about to fight here, it's only going to allow England to eventually take Warsaw and maybe even grow bigger.
I agree. I also thought that Turkey had a chance here, and from what I could see from the moves, it looked to me like Austria was willing to work with Turkey, but who knows? Yes, it might be. There might be an argument for saying, okay, for each center England takes one as well. But as we said, it's a very center-based scoring system. So even saying that Turkey and England both get 3 additional centers would be pretty good for Turkey, even though it would not take the top away from Dave. But kudos to Dave. He did very well. And he managed to get himself into a position where maybe people were already starting to think like, okay, if we keep quarreling, there might at some point be an English solo shot. I don't know. He was at least across the stalemate line in Moscow. It's a long way to go from here, and I don't think that I would worry about that as an Eastern power just yet. But it could be one of those things where he's saying like, hey, I'm happy to take a draw right here. We don't need to fight this out. Just take it, and I'll be gracious and walk away with more than 100 points.
I'm just saying the result of England and Germany working together and England topping the board is probably good with England and Germany, trying to work together.
Yeah, but the problem is it's not Kevin O'Kelly in England. That's the main difference, I think.
That's why I picked Dave Roberts. So
you're talking about bad blood from the last time. You guys are going to carry it forward even further.
No,
I bad blood between 2 other people.
I hold grudges for 15 years. So, but it's not that I won't work with them again. It's just I get to keep egging them on DBN for ratings. So we're at our highest viewer count of the day. So that's why I'm going to rub it in at least as long as I can.
Don't forget to like. The memory that I'm thinking of is during DBNI, Andrew Goff kept reminding everyone that France is too strong and people need to push back against France. And people must be listening to him because France is getting some pushback today.
There you go. And McCallus, I think, was saying that as well as part of it too. So, and that's, he mentioned, I think, going into Broadcaster Brawl as well, saying I didn't want to be the first France, after all that big push. So we'll see. Actually, I think we have like a power by country. I'll look that up for where we're at with best countries. But sorry, as you see, man, I thought Zach had it, and then all of a sudden, but still in the top 7. We've got a lot of ties with 185. So that must be that was the 4 center count board. And Krill, again, still 42 points up. That's although an elimination, and a survival from, any of those players at number 2 right now. There's not a big difference heading into round 3 with 3 more boards to go. So let's see. Outside the top, so we're at 130 down there, 132. All right, so the top 9 are in a different sphere, and then 10 through 13, 14 and below need a mirror, like a solo, which we'll see. Anyway, all right, so I know of I know no results, I know no scores, I know nothing, but I know what board is the one to focus on, and I'm going to drop some hints here, and it's not going to be this one. We're gonna go through. So anyone who you see on these scores, sorry to name drop, but we're gonna go through this one a little quickly. Brandon gets the top spot. Oh shoot, I forgot to hang on. All right, let's not hang on. Let me pull this off. I'll ruin shoot.
The big question is, what does he want to ruin? The ratings?
You want to ruin the ratings? No, Adam. We were able to. So this will be a good build. So going into the final board draw on a Sunday, there's pressure. We saw the list of standings. We saw who's going to be in there. Being paired next to someone who you're competing against, or who you don't work well with, or someone you stabbed in round 1 or round 2 could determine whether you win the tournament. You could be a great player, but if you ticked off the wrong person, or whatever, you could be dethroned just based on a random software, Siobhan and Jason being next to each other. So board 3 board draw really makes a big round 3 board draw really makes a big difference. So we are able to get
All
Adam.
right, so board 1, which is in the back corner, this board is called Windy Hill. In Austria-Hungary, we have Brandon Fogel. England is Chris Kelly. France is Mike Moore. Germany, Chris Brand. Italy, Henry Flowerman. Russia, Matthew Tatanchny. And Turkey, Michalis Kamaritis.
So that's where we're at. I didn't want to ruin the reading of the names since Adam did it so well for us here. So this is a bunch of players who are outside there. I think Michalis was the highest seed with only number 9. So if someone runs away with this board, they put themselves in a position, but that didn't happen. So sorry to ruin the spoiler. Let's go through it though to see, because there could be a best country on here. So we're going to do with reveal, and we're going to go quick. So, Robert, let's do the spring here.
Yet another channel move. We've seen quite a few of those. This time it's France again who's going there. So maybe Chris Brandt has been pulling the strings once again to do a quick Western alliance. This time not an EG, but an FG could be. And the East, there we see the Armenian fist bump. Sorry. You mentioned earlier, so RT friendship, but also AR friendship, no bounce in Galicia. So either yet another rat incoming, or actually Matthew hedging his bets and not deciding yet whether he prefers working with Michalis or Brendan, pest or cholera, I guess.
Yeah, Ben, there's really not much to analyze with those. What do we see here though?
Yeah, I was just going to say, knowing that people need a big score, I think they're being a little more aggressive here. And you can see that from the RTN from France. Here you see the convoy to Tunis. You see Russian fleet going into Romania, indicating, I don't know, not necessarily friendship with Turkey. So we'll see what that does. Certainly friendship with Austria. So maybe that's the real alliance here. And no move on Norway, despite the open north by Russia.
Yeah,
which is unusual.
We saw it earlier. This is like the defense Norm Brown did against the Sea Lion. And I guess that's what Chris Kelly suspected as well. But I think if you want to support Hold North Sea, you got to have the balls to convoy to Norway. Because getting no bill doesn't really help you much. I mean, France does a bit of a weird move as well, getting into Wales. Usually, I would say putting a fleet into Wales is not the best thing, but now because England has no bill, they actually can walk there in spring of 2002 if they want to. So it's weird to say that the French fleet has a walk into Liverpool in spring of 1902.
We are...
You get the rare Fleet Venice.
This is interesting. I think this is Henry saying, you know, there's a rat coming for me, but I'm not sure if I would build it still. But okay. Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
Now, if it is a rat, you're going to lose Ionian right now.
Yeah. No, Naples would certainly have been the better build. I mean, there's a reason why people say Fleet Venice build is fun, but you usually shouldn't do it. What do we think of the Balkan situation? Do we think that they just want to kill that Russian fleet? I guess so, right? It looks all prearranged to me.
It does. It looks like a rat, I suppose.
I think it's just rat, and in the West we see, Germany going actually against Russia rather than England here. So it looks like Mike Moore has been left alone with his attack on England a little bit. He doesn't take that walk into Liverpool, and now in fall it won't be a walk anymore. Maybe he thought he wouldn't be able to keep it, even though that would have been possible. But now Chris Kelly is fine. He won't get a build again, almost certainly.
Did London go to Wales? Because that might have been, I'm not sure, in the spring, because it might have been that it would have been able to, they would have had 2 on Liverpool.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're probably right. London to Wales, probably. Yeah, so that's true.
All right, Ben, what do we see in the fall, other than I can't believe Ionian already pushing as far forward as it is?
Yeah, Italy makes the smart move to convoy back, not risking Tunis, but there's no reason Turkey would have thought that would be open. The fleet in Bulgaria is not popped. Instead, it goes back to Romania with support. Russia must have gotten suspicious of this whole thing. You still have cooperation between A and T. So I think it's probably an AT here and not a rat. Germany has no one attacking it, so they're kind of spreading out like a octopus and moving towards Russia, as well as mostly towards Russia. I'm not sure you can tell what their intention is towards the two Western players. What do you all think?
I think it's very dangerous for Germany because they have no clear next dot. I mean, it's always dangerous for Germany to go into all kinds of directions and leaving their belly sort of open. But like they have one on Venice/Trieste, one on Warsaw, two on Sweden, but it can easily be support held. So, I'm not so sure. It could end poorly for them, but I hope Chris proves me wrong because he's Chris Brand and he's a world champion. So maybe he has a plan. And I think Chris Brand is known for sometimes doing a bit silly moves just to get that target off his back of like being a very good player and former world champion. So sometimes I think he just intentionally does moves that are tactically suboptimal just to, relieve that pressure off of him a little bit.
Yeah, and I think the question about Bulgaria, Romania is if AT is allied. Carlos is saying to Brandon, look, I know we're making progress, but I can't afford to lose Bulgaria just so you can gain Romania. You have to get me that one back, and we'll keep working together. But if you don't give me that back, that's a sticking point. Let's see where that gets us with the builds. So yeah, EF possibly patching things up. We'll see what they do.
4 fleet France and only 2 armies.
I like that. So maybe I don't know. It's not. I don't know. You're not scaring Germany that way. So definitely FG versus.
Yeah, I think it's just designed to go north, probably, or maybe they thinking they need to prop up Italy / getting their builds.
Yeah, Russia's a wild card. Russia's the wild card. If it is FG versus AT, which way does Russia side, or do both attack him from different ways? I think that's what I'm looking forward in spring 03. Robert, tell us what you see there.
Yeah, it looks AT-ish. Romania folds, which was guaranteed. Turkey marches forward into Tunis, into Ionian. Italy takes Venice back for now, and indeed France is going south. So they figured something out with England. Good job, Chris Kelly. I mean, you managed to fend off that weird French attack. And even though you still haven't gotten a build to be in a fairly safe position at this point. And France tries to do something in the Med now. Let's see how it goes. Looks like Western Triple against AT now almost.
Yeah, Ben, so everything's kind of panning out alliance friendly. Is there anything on the board in this situation in an 03 or maybe as we get into an 04? Where do you look for the first break of an alliance to come from based on what we've seen so far?
Well, I was surprised to see Romania pull off the board because now that it didn't retreat, Sevastopol is also vulnerable, although not guaranteed. Not guaranteed while they also hold on to Romania. So I'm not sure I see a break coming here. The AT is making progress, and if the West got together to respond to that, I don't think they're going to stop responding to that. The question is whether Russia can make something happen here or whether they're just going to kind of get whittled down.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, I'll hit reveal, and you can tell us.
Well, Turkey does make the move on Sevastopol, and Galicia did not hit Romania, so they must have been sold a bill of goods there and pulled the fleet with the expectation that they were going to work together. When in reality, the AT continues forward here. Oh, except Austria took Bulgaria. Could that have been arranged? Possibly.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure what the
Turkey taking 3.
I'm sorry, I wasn't seeing Tunis. Yes, that was certainly arranged. Yes. Meanwhile, France is moving forward at such a fast pace that Italy is going to need to defend against them, or else they're going to really make a lot of progress here. And I'm not sure if Italy's going to be on board for defending against them, given how they've been getting attacked. So that'll be interesting to see going forward. Russia is getting attacked in the north as well as in the south. But what is Germany hoping to? They get Belgium though, so they're profiting from their ally. They'll get another army, and that will help. So yes, that's a long way of saying that both alliances are sticking together pretty well.
Yeah. Who else is rooting for a 4 fleet in 1 army? France. Just like for entertainment purposes. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but like it would be so fun.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Yes!
Oh, all right.
It's the little things in life that can make me so happy.
It's not the worst. Germany is not really in position to attack them. So
no.
Well, I mean, probably the saving grace for France is that there are so many Eastern units fairly close to Germany already. But it would be pretty devastating if they just waltzed into Picardy. I mean, France got a range. I mean, it's hard for France because actually when you go against Italy, you want to put that army into Piedmont or at least try to prevent an Eastern unit from going there. But at the same time, I think you absolutely have to at least arrange a balance in Burgundy. So I don't know. It's difficult for France.
Ooh,
it's the last round, and you don't want to sit around and wait in the last round, and that could be
that's true.
Yeah, let's do one more year, and then we'll do maybe some predictions, since none of us have seen this. I'm thinking the Bulgaria Bulgaria goes up to Romania at the next point, and then Turkey retakes Bulgaria for safety purposes, or other way around. But yeah.
Yeah, and here we go, I mean, Munich is a bit frightened, so it stays. It doesn't go to Burgundy, but actually Germany still walks into Picardy and now they can pick which one they like better, Brest or Paris. I mean, wouldn't it have been glorious if Germany had also gone into Burgundy? They would have had a walk into both of those centers, and they could have pulled Bohemia back. Yes, they might have lost Munich, but it would have been so fun. So it looks like France has been snookered. They don't really get anything in the east yet. They might get Tunis in fall. Turkey pulls back to get into Ionian, while Austria drops into Adriatic. And yeah, the Turkish fleet goes into Bulgaria. Well, we'll see. Lots of units around Greece as well. Lots of yellow units. But so far, AT still seem to be friendly.
Yeah. All right, Ben, let's see where that leads us to, or any change in dynamics anywhere, maybe?
Well, obviously, France isn't very happy, right? So they're seeing Western Med go back to Mid-Atlantic. You're seeing Paris taken by Germany. England is convoying without a fleet. So.
I like that. You know what? Oh, hang on. So I got to go back to, because I was distracted. This move here, just for clarity on this one, was not St. Petersburg hold. This was ordered Moscow to Finland instead of St. Petersburg to Finland. Okay. So if there was any commentary, I was distracted at the moment.
That's all right.
Anyway.
That was interesting. Well, we're past it now, but that is an interesting choice that happened there.
Well, just from a dynamics of how. Anyway, I didn't know if that mattered from how anyone thought about something. So for clarity.
Sure. Yeah. No, I didn't want to get distracted by going back and talking about it, but it is interesting when you have a northern Russian opening, and then also France is under attack by what could be a sea lion. There's a decision to make about whether to take Norway, right? And that's just sort of an interesting thing that they're into there. But what's happening right now is happening in the east for the most part. Turkey is leaving Tunis to France while taking Greece and Bulgaria. And they're not getting Apulia popped because the convoy to Naples is cutting the support. So Austria takes Warsaw. Oh boy, sorry, you help me out with this, right? So Austria is taking Venice and Warsaw and going up, but they're helping. Turkey is taking things from Austria, but helping Austria into Warsaw. So they can't be really against Austria in the long run, I don't think. And with fleets there, you don't have any purchase on Serbia. So.
Yeah, so
it looks arranged, but once again, it's a thing where I say, like, this is not a comfortable position for Austria and an AT. Yes, sure, there are only fleets next to your border, so I give them that it is a safe position. But still, you give Turkey so much power that even though they can't do anything against you right now, I would think that Turkey is just a bit too strong for my taste if I'm in an AT as Austria here.
Yeah.
Brandon and McAllis are both better players than I am, so I won't doubt them. But did they have to give up Tunis there? I wasn't quite sure of the move back.
Maybe it was we'll give you Tunis if you pull another one back. You might need it. We don't know what else is gonna, you're gonna lose. If you let us take Italy, you can keep Tunis. Maybe it's a deal,
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. It's an exciting mix of things.
Well, there's Turkish army that doesn't, isn't usually in the AT playbook, but maybe enough to convoy around. Matthew.
Yeah, but it's a bit cheeky that it is in con as well. Like if you would tell people, I mean, there's not a direct convoy route anyway, so just put it into Smyrna. I sense like there will be tension between A and T, but let's see if they can mend it and Brandon can work some magic to get McAllis to do something else.
Yeah, Chris puts the armies down in the middle to really fortify defense and potential movement elsewhere. St. Pete was going to fall, so a good one for him to take, but Matt probably does not have long for the world. The Fleet London can now convoy Yorkshire wherever he wants to go. Not if he holds. So, Robert, let's stay with the East first. Let's keep it over there.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon is indeed in trouble. It seems to be that there was a bounce in Bulgaria's setup, but McAllis just supported himself there while vacating Bulgaria. He's taking Moscow with Austrian help, but now is, at least that way, he's not set up to take anything off of Brandon right away, if I'm seeing it correctly. Maybe with Italian help, there will be something going on in Venice. But that can't be a pro-Austrian move. Meanwhile, France actually gets into Rome with Austrian help, so they get more centers there, while Chris is still going into different directions, going into Galicia while also going to Burgundy. So EG stays together from all I can see.
Yeah. To the fall.
So we see Chris now take Warsaw while Turkey cuts the support that would have created a 2-on-2 otherwise, because Turkey is moving into Serbia. They are cutting, they're destroying Albania while gaining purchase on Trieste. Adriatic, not sure exactly what it supported, but it's probably anti-Austrian. Tunis, Tuscany to Venice, right? It's trying to take down Austria further there. Germany pushes itself forward into Tyrolia. They'll have some interesting choices to make coming up between Austria and Turkey, but maybe just to the benefit of their own alliance here. They help England into Brest, and that is boding poorly for France. And England now takes St. Petersburg. So England will get 2 builds. They probably need to get some fleets going in the West because Turkey, well, it's actually pretty interesting, right? Turkey's a little preoccupied right now. Their fleets will get there eventually, but the English fleets also aren't there. So France is sort of the odd one out here. It'll be interesting to see if anything happens in the Med or if all the action's on land in this game.
Well, Chris Kelly, we keep saying Chris, referring to Chris Brand, but Chris Kelly with 2. Where's Chris Kelly gonna build and grow? Does he finally go after Germany? Does that open the floodgates to the east? Does he try and go down south? Let us see what he is going to do. Ooh.
Oh, that is a statement. I would have suggested to build Fleet Liverpool and Fleet London because it would have given you both options, going against France and having your eyes at Portugal and Spain, or having plausible deniability and saying to Germany, no, yeah, I know there is a fleet in London that could go to North Sea, but I just had to put it there because I can only build 1 fleet in Liverpool. They are going southwest. But this looks pretty decisive against Germany, because if you would go northeast, you would build an army, actually. I mean, you could build an army and a fleet if you say, like, I want to put one into Norwegian without vacating anything. But even if you want to convoy an army and go against Moscow, you don't need 2 fleets at all. So I think this is pretty anti-German.
It's what it looks like to me. And you can use one of the fleets to support the convoy if you go to Belgium.
Brandon's got to love this. All right, so speaking of who's loving this, all right, Ben, think about it for a minute. I will go first, then Robert. I'm going to go with Chris Kelly to top this board. Robert?
Michalis.
Ben.
I was going to go with Michalis also.
All right, that counts. You guys can pair up.
Yeah, it's a bit mean to take two choices away from Ben already, and then he has two 1-center powers.
But look, maybe
maybe
Chris
not.
Chris Brand is going to prove us all wrong.
Probably. I mean, the German position is also very, very dynamic, and he has managed that, that Doug Moore thing of having not too many armies next to you and move. That stuff needs to move away from the middle for Germany to do well. He's done that very well so far.
Yeah.
And I mean, he has defended well against that. Is it a stab? Was it in some way even arranged, that bounce in North Sea? I don't know. Probably it was actually somehow arranged, because if you stab, you probably put Yorkshire into London.
Yep.
So even if it was intended to be a stab, Chris Brand went to Chris Kelly and said, like, I know what you're doing. It won't work. Let's just bounce North Sea and keep working on other stuff.
Yeah, bad turn for Michalis. Destroyed Serbia, retreating from Romania. Recoverable, certainly, but not.
Sevastopol could have held Romania. I'm not quite sure why he didn't. But
yeah. Oh, I thought it was.
I guess he somehow guessed that Germany and Austria would work on Moscow first, and then surround him there. So probably just a misguess, but it would have been way better if he had support held Romania, of course.
For sure. All right. Ben, is Michalis going to have any recovery in the fall? Well, oh no.
Let's see. Well, all right, Chris, before I said that, I said Chris is going to have some options, and is he actually going to side one way or the other, or is he just going to play them against them to his own benefit? And I should have trusted him to do that effectively, because he's taken Venice. I mean, he's taken Venice and Vienna. He has allowed, by not going to Trieste, which seems to have been agreed, he has allowed Michalis to get into Trieste, and he has positioned himself around Moscow. So if he's able to work with Michalis, he'll continue probably forward there. Meanwhile, Italy is eliminated as far as I can see. France will get a build, but they will be able to build it in Marseille. England gets into Mid-Atlantic and again does not get into North Sea. But does move to London, giving themselves, no, they don't have convoy opportunities because they vacated English Channel. But that's pretty much it.
This is great. So I'll never forget a game I played early on when I started playing, not with friends in college, and I was working my way, and I finally had gotten the tactics to where I was going to get 2 builds ahead of me. I was Austria, and Turkey took 2 of mine behind me. And I vividly remember that when Chris Brand just did that same to Brandon. Brandon, oh, you're going to get your chance here. Oh, by the way, I could have taken Trieste from you to save you that, but oh no, I'm going to take Venice from you. And then you're also going to lose Trieste in the process. So Tom Comstock, if you're watching, see 15-year grudges don't go away. Anyway,
you're so nice about them, though.
I'm just so nice about them. They're learning experiences. I've learned from that. I'll never let that happen again, unless I forget about it. So, anyway, so where we're at is we were all wrong. Chris Brand is certainly topping this board, and unless someone tells me otherwise, I don't know when this one ends. But I'm only going to stop unless someone sees an order that makes me stop. So, all right.
I think there is one already. I think Chris Kelly also saw the writing on the wall and said, like, we got to do something about this other Chris. And this time he actually makes it into North Sea. And Turkey keeps fighting Austria. So that's actually good for Chris Brand. But let's see if there's enough of an effort to stop Germany here.
All right, Ben,
There's
give
a
me some.
convoy from Venice to Albania, which you don't see every day.
I did notice that right away. Good, yeah.
Especially not a German army.
Right.
Yeah.
More German progress in Austria.
Seriously, just a convoy just to do this? Where come on.
More German progress in Austria and in Moscow. So Chris is really dominating this game, and then Chris Kelly. Okay, he's trying to position himself around Sweden, I guess. Man, Brand is so far ahead that he has pretty good defenses here.
Mm-hmm.
They lose Paris, but aside from that, I don't see much going the wrong way for him.
Yeah. Two more. I mean, I think. All right. So we talked about winner now. All right, Robert. Take a look at the map, Ben. Without looking at the map, solo opportunity.
Is there a solo opportunity?
Just yes or no. I don't need no studying it. Just say Chris Brand is.
Yes, there is a solo opportunity because he's across the line, but I'm going to predict that there's not a solo.
All right, Robert. Is there any tactics that are going to get us to the solo?
Well, the tactics are there. He has the centers in the east that he can hold. Warsaw, Moscow are usually the positions you want as Germany when you want to solo. The problem is that I don't really see who's the one who will keep not attacking him, because yes, Michalis has been so far the one who has been helping him in the sense that he has been fighting the ones Chris has been fighting, but apart from one Austrian armies, all of those units are dead. So I don't really see what Michalis will do apart from fight Germany. So it will be hard to hang on to all that stuff in the east, while at the same time EF seem to get together. If E and F start quarreling again, then it's all possible. Like the units are in good positions, but he needs some sort of discord between the other players somewhere.
Yeah. And
with one additional army that I assume is going to get built here from Turkey is going to be helpful also.
If you look at the adjustments, though, there is a disband, but there are no builds anywhere. So we are going to assume that is how it ends.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
I did not know it ended there, but I asked the question figuring, maybe we get a little bit more, but we do not. So 168 points is the high score of the tournament so far. Let's see. Can we show standings? This one will show it. All right. So the number to beat is 264. I mean, that's just a 4-center survival for Krill. Actually, probably even more. That's probably like a 3-center survival for Krill, assuming one other player is dead at that point. So while it's a great score and the best of the tournament for Chris Brand, he has a lot of hoping he needs on the other boards.
I don't think Chris. I mean, obviously Chris also played the board simultaneously, but I don't think that Chris had any hopes that this score would win him the tournament. If he would be like on the in the mood for like trying everything he can, he's trying for that solo there. And as I think Jasper pointed out in the chat, if he does that, chances are that he will get knocked down quite a bit. That is certainly possible. So I don't hate it to take the draw right there. But I'm pretty sure that he was well aware that this would most certainly not put him on the top spot of that tournament.
It really shows the importance of your worst games in a tournament with no drop round, right?
Yes.
That elimination that Chris had, even if he'd had just an okay game, he would be right in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's being up near the top gets you DBNI points too. So Chris made the top board last year, so you don't want to sacrifice it, like you said. No sense in risking it if you're not going to get any further.
Right. And you don't have the people get eliminated through no fault of their own. I don't remember Chris's game earlier. No one can control that, but it's just there's always something to play for in these tournaments in every game that you're in.
All right.
Oh
wait. So first. Oh, what did I do?
And finally, board 3. This is called Sierra Azul. Austria-Hungary is Jason Massbaum. England, Eric Silverman. France, Karthik Konath. Germany, Edwin Lopez. Italy, Alex Amon. Russia, Nicolas Sahu-Gay. And Turkey, Dave Roberts. Good luck, folks.
Thanks for the wave, Katie. We got some in-depth look. Thanks to Siobhan for taking that. We got one more to show you afterwards. But game 3, Sierra Azul. We've got the players we were mentioned there. The big one coming in is Nicolas Sahuguet, second place tied with Karthik. Yeah, so different sides of the board. We'll see how they manage it together. This is the setup to get to these two boards are the determining. So I've heard. So Robert, I had you in the spring last turn. Let's get Ben in the spring this turn.
All right, so we see nothing in the channel. France is going to Burgundy, so we'll see if that shows anything unusual. Unusual German opening from Kiel to Holland. That gives them some leverage both on the North Sea and on Belgium with the fleet. It'll be interesting to see if they take advantage of that, although the bounce in Tyrolia keeps them from having leverage from Ruhr also. So we'll see what comes from that. And otherwise, pretty standard.
Yeah, just one thing about that Tyrolia bounce. I think the thinking behind that for some players is when they hear that France will put something into Burgundy, they prefer going to Italy and say, let's bounce in Tyrolia over bouncing France, because France could always support themselves there. So it's like the safe option to make sure that you won't have two units next to Munich, which I think makes sense. But it's an interesting combination to also do fleet into Holland at the same time.
Yeah. And we saw that earlier with Nicolas Sahuguet. My guest requested the bounce the same way too. So I had something I was thinking of earlier, and now I forgot it. This is the second or third time I think we've seen this Paris to Gascony, Marseille to Brest opening as well. So
I like that opening. It gives you a lot of flexibility. You can take if you think you're going to get Belgium, you can take Portugal with the army if you want on the convoy, which gives you a good attack on England. Yep. Or you can do a very standard defensive or moves to Belgium. So I like the flexibility.
I like ordering to Gascony. No matter what the other orders are, I do like the Gascony order. All right. Well, interesting trying to move that fleet Holland to Belgium, Robert. What else do you see up there?
It is very bold on Germany's part not to go for Denmark. Maybe they thought that England would try to bounce them there or something, but it could also be that they thought that they had, for example, France or England convinced to support them into there. Now Germany only is getting one build, only Berlin is open. That is a very difficult position. You probably have to build Fleet Berlin, but it's all in the wrong place. Oof, I don't like that. In the East, we see actually Italy going into Trieste and also doing Aegean, so doing that quick Lepanto thing that could suggest an AI that is fairly quick, and Russia and Turkey doing standard stuff, I would say, trying to counter that AI. I'm not sure if they were aware that there was one, but I think there will be one.
I don't like that follow-up into Venice if I'm Austria. But
true, but it's less of a problem if it's a fall move and you see Aegean, you know?
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world for Jason, I would think.
Yeah. It's more of a support for Trieste as opposed to a further attack.
Yeah. I mean, if you really want to, you can still take back Trieste here. You've got 3 armies on it. I mean, you're probably good position to Russia that way, but it doesn't really prevent anything totally, like, guaranteed.
Yeah. Ben, we see the builds. I've been seeing more Army St. Pete's than Fleet St. Pete's, I'd say, over the last couple of months. It's great for defense, even some offense too. 2 fleets for England, Fleet Marseille. I've seen a lot more Fleet Marseilles this tournament, which maybe is an old school face-to-face type of move. So interesting. Interesting. All right, Ben, give us Spring 02.
I was going to say there's been quite a bit of EF cooperation here, but it looks like it still could be. Actually, no, it still is. That line that going up from Portugal is always confusing. All right, so E makes these great forward moves to put a lot of pressure on Germany. Germany chooses to defend more against France here. Russia gets into Norway, and they have 3 on it, so they will have a chance to keep it here, although there's some guesses around Sweden. Italy's move to Venice was not a problem. They go back to Apulia. They hit Tapcon, giving Austria a chance to take Bulgaria. They do get kicked out into Eastern Med, and looks like RTEF
I really want to applaud RT's tactics here. They read completely correct that AI would go for Bulgaria and they couldn't hold it from this position, but they did everything to make sure that they are in a position to take it back and fall. They bounced the follow-up into Serbia. They forced Aegean. The only thing is that probably you could have just kept Con open and let the army retreat there. It doesn't make much of a difference for Bulgaria, but now you give Russia the option of convoying into Ankara or actually putting the fleet there. But apart from that, I think this is perfect tactics, how you counter that position when Italy has gotten into Aegean in 01 already. So good job, Dave and Nicola.
Yeah. Is that what you're going to see? Is that a prediction?
Sorry?
Is that a prediction for fall 02? Whether you're going to call out these orders? Are you expecting to see a chance at the convoy still, or
certainly a chance here? I think either that or Bulgaria going RT again. I would lean more towards the latter, but it's not out of the question to see Ankara go Russian. But I think we see Bulgaria either go Russian or back to Turkey.
And the answer is,
retreat Turkey. Oh, yeah, it's my turn, right? So they put Turkey back in there. It's a bit suboptimal that they have to do it with a fleet in South Coast. That limits the option, especially in terms of Romania. But the problem is that Aegean would be cut, so you needed Con as the supporting unit. Italy prefers to actually go into Aegean. One option would have been also to do the Lepanto to Syria, but I guess when you haven't even taken Tunis yet, it makes sense to first do that. So lots of back and forth in the east. Russia in the north actually takes Norway, so they get a build out of all of this. And in the west, we see England push forward, taking Denmark, taking Holland, and France saying, when you take that, I could have Belgium, right? And they can. Germany gets into Burgundy, shouldn't be a huge problem for France because France is building.
Yeah. England getting losing to Norway though, so only getting one out of it, but still it's
so actually not building, right? They are just staying on 5.
Yeah.
So actually in that case I probably would not be that happy to give Belgium to France, but it looks still arranged. Good for Karthik.
Yeah, because you gotta get home if you're England, right, Ben?
Yeah, and he's got those 2 fleets sitting there. Those could go in either direction, and the fact that they move south makes me think they may move north at some point.
I mean, Mao to Irish, Spain to Mao, convoy into Liverpool and fall. It would be a Karthik thing to do.
Yeah, the nice part is Nicola has given England some room, putting the army in Norway, keeping the army in Norway. He's so good at being able. I need your help, neighbor. Don't get me wrong. I'll take advantage of you later if I need to, but. But this allows full freedom for England to get back. All right. Let's see. Key crucial builds. Ben, what are you predicting for Turkey's build?
Turkey does not want Italy and Aegean, so I would guess that there's going to be a fleet there to solve that problem.
No fear about Russia?
You can't, I don't think, in this moment go back against Russia because that you're getting rid of the only one you're working with, and you can't make a move on Russia with Bulgaria. So if you do work something out with Austria, you're not really going to benefit from it.
All right, and then Robert, what's the prediction on France's build?
I think it's got to be an army Marseille, I would say.
Yep. Army
or
Paris
doesn't make a huge difference actually.
Yeah. And then Germany removing the fleet, so a little friendly English, even though England's the one, they're messing around. All right, Ben. Lots of black arrows for France. Tell me. Let's start in the west.
There's one big one there, kicking Germany back out of Burgundy.
Yeah.
As Germany goes back and tries to defend its home centers, but is not able to defend Kiel. Tricky though for England, as that's a fleet. It won't have a tricky time moving forward from there. In the south, we do see Turkey take Aegean back and move the army forward so the RT sticks together.
Yeah.
Militia becomes Austrian, but there's enough Russian units there to defend. That's pretty much all for the. Oh well, we do see Tyrolia Piedmont. We'll see if that amounts to anything.
What did Greece order? Is it like support for
East
Turkey?
Ionian. unordered.
Interesting. So AI is starting to, feel the stress, or like there's tension between them.
Yep. East Ionian. Interesting.
And they've lost almost all position, given that they had that quick start. I'm really impressed by RT how they fought back. Now they are really in the way better position, and now there's also diplomatic some strife between A and I.
Maybe the only thing I can think of there is maybe they knew Ionian wouldn't be taken, and so hey, I'll support you in there, and it takes away one of the supports onto.
Could be,
yeah,
could be, but yeah, maybe that's actually a good explanation that they tried something.
Yeah, fake offer of an alliance, maybe, because now
I totally missed that Italy got into con here. Sorry, that changes things drastically. Actually, yeah, my bad.
Sorry, what does?
Yeah, how did that get there? Is there a retreat?
It doesn't show one. It says that it was popped, but maybe that's okay. No, actually. Oh, so sorry. I take back my praise for the RT. They actually left con open, so that's a problem. And now they also lose Bulgaria.
Oh wow!
Oh, that changes so much.
Oops, sorry, too far back. Yeah, wow, and now gets retreated to.
Wow, and Russia takes Ankara, so now finally there is the point we were pointing out earlier that Russia might get, second thoughts about RT and saying, okay, if this isn't working, and maybe I just take Ankara. Or, it could have been a thing of like, I'm covering it for you, Italy might go there, but we all know what that means.
Yeah. Ben in the West, is it a matter of time before France goes north, or are they going to stick together?
Well, he's got all his options open. Now that he's got the fleet back in Spain, Carthage continues to have a lot of options. And now that Clyde's moved to Norwegian Sea, again, more choices. But England is going to get a build here. Yeah. So that will cut down on those opportunities a little bit.
Yeah. Turkey, it's just a matter of time, potentially. No discussion on it. But let's gamble builds for England. I'll go Fleet London.
Army, you got to have armies at some point. Army, Eddie.
The two sensible options are on the table already, but I think I would probably second Army Eddie, but both of them make sense.
And you guys are right.
Okay.
We'll do take a guess after this turn, because Carthage still plays it patient. Ben, come on.
Yeah, Carthage's sitting there. There's no effort to move the English army forward. Instead, they're trying to move the fleets forward. And I don't. Oh no, does it go? Yeah, it does, because Munich is cut. So Kiel gets into Berlin, and the fleets are all going forward there. Russia stays peaceful in the north. In the east, let's see. Italy was in the Black Sea and now is moving into con. So Turkey's getting carved up by Russia, Austria. It's just what's going to happen next. The Russian and Austrian units aren't moving to the line, so they must not fully trust each other. And I'm very curious about what's going to happen next there. I would be trying to... Norwegian goes to north, kind of showing maybe not full trust over there either. So very interested to see what happens next year.
Yeah.
Ooh. And there is the reversal in the West, it seems. England takes Belgium off of France, while France tried to take Holland. So maybe that was arranged and England just didn't want it, or they tried to take something off of each other at the same time. But it ends better for Eric anyway, because he's the one who's actually getting two builds now while already having a fleet in Belgium. So the tournament hopes for Carthage have taken a significant blow this turn. Ooh. And in the East, not that much is happening apart from Austria taking Trieste back, but that's just a exchange because Italy is actually taking con, so they maybe decided that Austria should get the build in this position.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. So the other contender, Ben, is Nicola. Well, here, let's we're doing our predictions first. Let's see here's how the map looks. Winter 1904. We all failed miserably in our first analysis in the last game. So I will go first, and I'll pick Mass Bomb.
Do you want to go second, Ben, so that you have more powers to choose from than last time?
Sure. I'm not feeling great about England because of the number of fleets. I'm going to pick Nicola. I don't quite see where he's going to go, but he is very good at waiting until the right moment and then moving, and I'm going to go with that.
I would have said Nicola as well, but I think England is still good enough to pick. I mean, it would have been my first pick, but I can see it happening, even though I agree with you that it is not the best position. I'm less worried about just like the pure fleet distribution, but I sense that Russia will fall into his back at some point when he's committed too far into France. I think that is the danger.
All right. If Russia does top the board, we'll give you a half a point since you
okay.
you had him picked there. So, all right, Karthik finally got the motivation he needed to attack now. So now we'll see his tactics on display on how best to sucker in England, and he's getting successful in to start out. Ben, what are we going to see here?
Turns out this time Belgium is where the English fleet went to die. So that's gone. Meanwhile, England does get into North Atlantic, but Marseille comes back to Spain, so we can cover Mid-Atlantic the next time. Italy's move to Western Mediterranean gives it a lot of influence in the West. That will be interesting going forward. Austria pushing towards Russia, so Silesia, Galicia. And they get into Aegean, so Turkey should be done soon. Also, England goes into Baltic while losing Kiel, but has it surrounded.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see.
I don't know, Robert. What we're going to see a comeback for Germany? No. Yes.
No, not really. Just like a survival government in exile in Holland. You know, the languages are close enough, so maybe they'll still understand something. Yeah, France is actually not doing too poorly. I'm sure they don't love to put that Italian fleet into Mao, but I think that's what Karthik thought is needed in this position. Gets a build from Belgium. England is really having a difficult time, losing 2 here. And the AAR stays solid. Italy gets into Smyrna. Now they also get their build that they had to give back last turn to Austria indirectly. Austria gets their build from Munich. So it didn't start as one, but it's a classical AAR right now. And the West needs to ask themselves how they are either going to A, break them up, or B, counter them tactically. Probably for the latter options, it's almost too late already with Italy in Mao and Austria in Munich and Russia strong in the north. So probably their only hope is really now to find some way to drive wedge in between those Eastern powers.
Yeah, and it's a little daunting to that prospect to have France supporting Italy into the Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah.
If time's running out, if I'm Jason Massbaum, I'm plotting. I'm going to get Venice. I'm going to figure out a way to get one more, and I'm not sure how yet, but I'm going to figure it out. So.
Oh, did you said before, but I forgot. Is this a timed game because it's the last game?
Yeah, sorry, we should have mentioned that before round 3 started. They are timed. There was I think in the rules it was called a time zone or time window or time something. Usually on Sundays of diplomacy tournaments because people have to catch flights back home. There's a random either predetermined time where the TD will write a time in an envelope and seal it, or as we've done other ways where you can roll two dice, and if the sum of the dice equals 7 or something, or one, actually it's 1. You start with 1, and then you add the whatever you roll on one die, and if it equals 7, then it ends. And the second time you roll 3, so then you've got a higher opportunity. So it's still random. So players don't know ahead of time. It's not like C Diplo where it ends at 1907. It could end at 06, 07, 08, 09, something like that. All right. Let's get
with the game coming to an end.
Oh,
it's actually coming to an end.
it ended.
Wow.
I was just
Jason.
going to say, yeah, wow.
Jason.
That's interesting for Nicolas Sahuguet because he was in a solid position. If Matthew Krill fails to get a good score and maybe gets eliminated, this might be a tournament-winning score for Nicolas Sahuguet.
There it is. That is the leader in the clubhouse, as they say, and that is a good result. So maybe Karthik, it was on the other side. If Karthik can't catch Nicola, can't get the topping bonus, Nicola says to Karthik, I got it. No one else on the board, I think, coming in had, although someone was in 5th, I think. Was it?
Do we know? Can we be sure that it was not the time?
This was certainly not the time because 1905 would.
Yeah, it's too early, right?
Way too early for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the other game went to 1907. So.
Yeah, I would agree that there was a lot of play left for different powers. Actually.
Yeah.
Great for Nicolas. I mean, it's still a gamble, but I think sometimes it's a good gamble to take because it puts him into a solid position. If Matthew Krill gets a huge score, there's nothing or not much he can do anyway. So why not just take it?
And he's seeing what's happening on the other board also.
Yes.
Probably.
So maybe he knows more than us already. Maybe by this time Matt is eliminated already or something. We don't know.
I think they wanted to get around and watch our coverage. You can see here. I don't know if I can zoom in. I think that's the other one, but you can see
it's
our live broadcast right there.
Nice.
Thanks to Brandon Fogel for sending that one along. All right, so we've made it through 2. We're down to the final board. Let's get that off screen. Let's go back to here. No, wrong one is here. Do you want that off? And board 2.
Board 2, right up here. We have Austria-Hungary's Matt Krill, England, Jackson Roberts, France, Nicolas de la Tour, Germany, Zach Moore, Italy, Katie Gray, Russia, Craig Mayer, Turkey, Eddie Brisson.
I know 3 of those were in the top 6. Oops, that would help if I actually had it on the screen. Coming into it. Let's click on the players because I think that would be easier. There we go. Yeah. Eddie was tied for second. I remember, obviously, Matt Krill in 6, 7, and 8, all right in a row. So we, Nicola, I think, was 2nd or 5th going into it.
Second.
Yeah.
I think he was tied with Eddie Brisson. I think he had the same score, and Karthik as well.
Yeah, all at 185. But Nicola only got 8 out of that. So if Eddie's able to get more than 8, and top the board, then the topping bonus for 8 would be 16. So if Eddie could even get 10 or second in a second place to someone else, could take it by himself that way.
And once again, we have Zach Moore and Katie Gray being fairly close to each other. So do we think that we will see a Leroy Jenkins move for Munich in 01? Katie saying, it's enough now, Zach?
It's a tough draw to get Austria, for the 2 leaders to get Austria and Turkey, because if there's a hang up, either of those could be taken out early. But can one of them make that go against the other? Will be the question.
Nice position for Katie and Craig, though. They could probably sit down together in 01 and say, look, what do we want to do? AIR, take out Austria first, and I think for sure they could convince the respective power to do that with them.
All right.
Whichever way they want.
All right, so no one has seen any results. I do know that at the end of this game, the difference is going to be microscopic. So,
can I ask, do we know how many points behind Katie and Zach are? Are they in contention or not?
I think Zach is for sure. I think he was in the top 10 still. Yeah.
So right now, Zach, 172 and 162. So Zach would need, as a board topper, would need 10 would get him 120, which would be enough. 10 as board. Zach needs 10 on top of the board. Eddie needs 10 without topping the board. Right?
Yep.
If Zach needs 10, then Katie needs 11, right?
And Katie needs 11.
Yeah.
Those are both possible. There's a
So,
few
like,
people who are contenders.
That's exciting. We have like at least.
So Eddie would need 11 then without topping the board, because that would get him to 195.
And then there's also Nicolas de la Tour. He's also on that. So like 5 people who could still win
Oh,
it.
I forgot. Sorry.
Oh yeah, he's in there too.
Nicola, if you're watching this, I'm not familiar with your name, so I didn't. So we've actually got 5 on here. Yeah.
I don't remember 9 being
that
on
should
here.
be
Sure.
Cool.
Let's go back to the players. Oh yeah, we do have. Wait, wrong one.
No, that's a different board.
1,
France.
6, 7, and 8. Oh, so he was 7 coming in. That's what. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, what a board! What a board to top it all off. All right, Robert. You have more seniority here at DBN than Ben. Do you want the springs or you want the falls?
I'm gonna take the spring.
Excellent. Kick us off. What are you going to see in spring 1901?
Nothing too spectacular. Classical opening on Eddie Bressan's part. Smyrna to Con, not to Smyrna to Ankara. The zig of the zigzag opening in France again. We talked about Gascony, so really nothing out of the ordinary. Tyrolia. We've seen all of that before.
So we're looking at? So Katie did go to Tyrolia, Ben.
Yeah, is there going to be a move on Munich?
There could be, it might be.
That's all right. That's your prediction, and then we're going to show it to you. What do you think? Yes.
I would say.
Yes.
Yeah, let's say.
Weak
on Trieste instead.
Weak sauce.
Yeah, but with Khan and with an army in Khan, there's no chance to block Aegean. So even more good opportunity for the AI here. And we've got R going to Romania too. So we could end up seeing that AIR. To start this, we have Zach working with Nicholas and taking Belgium, while England does not get Belgium like they were hoping. And we do see the Lisbon Leap.
Yes.
Where France has gotten Belgium and Portugal while remaining in mid-Atlantic, which sets up a supported attack into English Channel or another number of very anti-English moves.
Yeah.
Tough tournament. I don't want to rule him out yet, but God, Jackson Roberts is such a great player, and he had 2 tough games, and then what I'm assuming is an anti-English opening. See if he can turn it around, though.
Double
More
fleet build.
Yeah.
For France.
For you.
We had the second fleet in Russia, second Southern Fleet.
Yeah. Russia and Turkey are entangled. Let's go back a few hours, minutes. I don't know when I said AI will usually do great when they get R&T to fight. And like having that mass of fleets around the Black Sea is a pretty solid way of getting R&T to fight, I would think.
Yeah. And they're fighting.
For sure, yeah. So they're fighting, and meanwhile, Austria's taking Bulgaria. Russia supports themselves into Black Sea. Turkey misguesses. They thought that Russia would go for Armenia, and that way they lose Black Sea. So it's not looking good for Eddie and his tournament chances. And in the West, yeah, as expected, an FG attack. France actually not getting into English Channel. So good job on Jackson to sniff out that he needed to make North Sea the mover to bounce France, and that this way he wouldn't lose either North Sea or English Channel, because otherwise North Sea would have been tapped if it had tried to. It was tapped, and so it couldn't have supported London to English Channel. So he does what he can, but now Germany is in Helgoland already, so let's see how long he can fend off those fleets.
So we see a very northern move here by France, putting pressure on Liverpool as well as getting into English Channel. England tries to attack Denmark, and I think that's a 2-on-2 brace, right? Neither moves. Russia does not help either Germany or England, and instead takes Norway itself. So that's a pretty good start for Craig, while he's also bringing Sevastopol down and is going to have a pretty good opportunity to move into Turkey, although it may be a little bit slow. Austria picks up Bulgaria and does not get anything into Khan, but Italy takes Tunis with the fleet.
And look at this.
So much friendship.
That's friendship for now. Robert, what do you think? Craig's got beef in the south, but his growth could be in the north. Where does he build?
I would build in St. Pete. I mean, you have decided to do an AIR from the beginning. You put a fleet into Romania. You have clearly pitched to Matthew, hey, I'm with you. You know, maybe the pitch was, you know, I'm fairly far away from the victory. You know, I don't need to fight for the first place. So I think I would say in for a penny, in for a pound, and build in St. Pete, probably a fleet, and hope that AIR connection will stay strong and that I can take stuff off of Turkey with the help of AI from the south.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick an army Brest for army Marseille. Okay, an army Warsaw.
Yep, I mean it's more flexible. It's a bit extreme what I proposed, but then once again it's the last round. It's time limited, so you might as well try something, I think.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad build either. Maybe it's to go to Silesia and they want to, you know, take German centers next.
Yeah. All right. Silesia is the option. There you go. Tell us more about that one.
AIR stays together. They piff the Turkish fleet. So there should be another Turkish center that will turn into a different color, at least one. And Italy starts going west a little bit already, with Austria actually going into Ionian. And I'm not quite sure what that means. You know, it could be a move that is arranged, but it is very dangerous for Italy for sure. So I'm going to watch that one carefully. And in the west, we see a convoy via two fleets into into Clyde for France. And now finally North Sea falls. So Jackson did essentially what he could tactically to slow FG down. But if they're not breaking, you know, there's only so much he can do. And it looks like the relief on Germany with the East coming might be just a little too late for Jackson.
Not this one. No,
it's FG.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I gotta edit that. So FG, Ben, FG they're both fighting for the board top. Where do you draw your line? You're like, okay, I'll help you. You don't want your tournament, like, you know, challenger to get too far ahead of you, right? When do you stop? Like, if you're Zach, why do you tap Tyrolia? Why don't you put a little pressure on them in the south to give yourself a little more freedom, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of a race going here. They're not really helping each other against England. They're sort of both moving towards England independently. So it's very important that Zach got into North Sea, or else Nicholas might have ended up with the whole of England. The top of Tyrolia is, I think maybe you need more before you're ready to break it. You need to feel like you're going to get more, and there may be an opportunity for him to move some armies west if he can make a deal with someone in the east.
Yeah, and if it's so, Katie and Gray were friendly and supportive earlier. Now not so much. But there's 4 different units in and around Munich. Does Munich fall this time?
I'm very curious to see how Katie reacts to Matthew moving to Ionian. I don't think she would like that, but maybe it's a plan that they have together. So if she's not certain about Matthew, then I don't think she'll attack Munich.
All right. And the answer to that is she hates that.
She is good with Matthew, and she does attack Munich. So, you know, it's just one, and Austria is moving to Bulgaria and Galicia. I mean, Budapest and Galicia. Also, Italy is building here from this move on Smyrna. So, they're not in the worst defensive position, and they're making Craig stronger here, which is a counterbalance to Matthew. I think this is a well thought out three-way here in the East. We see France benefit from the attack on England more than Germany here. I guess just a poor guess for London instead of for Edinburgh. But English was also going to London, so if they coordinated, do you think they would have known that they weren't getting it? So that's a bit of an odd situation there, isn't it?
Maybe a misorder.
Yeah, or I misorder. I think the problem is what I was about to say last turn is that the most important relation on this board for Zach, I think, is Craig, because he's one of the people who are not directly in contention, and he's the one who can keep Matthew in check. But he can also go against Germany, and it seems that so far Zach has really not gotten, he hasn't found a good way to talk to Craig yet, it seems, and that is a big problem for him. So it seems that Craig is way more on the bandwagon to help Matt than Zach as it stands.
Zach is under pressure for sure. All right, we're at 1903. Let's go one more year before making our final prediction of the day. Why can't I do that? Because I hit the wrong button. That is what I wanted to do. Well, he pulls north instead of Helgoland. That's fair. You got to defend Denmark. Army Moscow.
He's a little vulnerable to Matthew, and this could help him defend. But because, if you're Matthew, what do you do next? You're working with both your allies. You didn't push into Munich, so you're not in the front. You got to make a choice about what to do next. And you're in position to win the tournament. So, what's your move to win? I think you have to do something.
Yeah.
I feel like it will be anti-Italian, and I think this army Moscow probably makes it more likely, because it's as you said, it makes Russia a bit more defensible, but it's not inherently anti-Austrian. It's not too threatening, I think. So I think it's probably a good build.
Yeah. All right, you got the spring, Robert. What do we? Yeah, we see a lot of coordination there.
So far, Austria goes nowhere really. I mean, they go up to the line. They neither go particularly anti-Italian nor anti-Austrian. Looks like Katie said, okay, can you please go back now? I have my own fleet that can occupy Tyrrhenian Sea. But it's still an Ionian, though, and that's still pretty dangerous for Italy. France does their best to defend, and they can sort of set up a line pretty well there. So unless they are getting pressure from somewhere else, they can defend against Italy. However, there is this army in Munich that might cut Burgundy at some point, which could be significant. And in the West, essentially nothing moves, really. It's lots of bouncing. Yeah. Nothing happens, really.
I felt unlucky for Jackson on that last turn. If he would have known that bounce in London was coming, he could have used 2 against Liverpool to stand it off. But it just not, like you said earlier, Ben, just sometimes they don't fall your way. All right, the fall, critical pre-prediction turn, Ben.
All right, so Zach tries to take back Munich, but it is getting supported with strength of 4, so that's clearly not happening. Turkey is finished off here because that's a Russian unit that got destroyed, right? That must have been intentional because there's no other move against Russia. Russia's also taking Norway, so they'll get the chance to build probably a northern fleet. And
Denmark as well.
Oh, and Denmark. Yes, thank you. Zach must have thought he made up with Craig. So tricky move by Craig. So puts him in a great position. Matthew has gone back to Greece, so totally given up that good stab position, and actually moved out of Serbia even. So so not in really in position to stab Italy at all anymore. Is at the line in the Mediterranean, but I don't think is going to be able to break through it from what my initial looking at it. What else? Anything in England? Not really. Nothing really of significance there.
And Berlin was available too, man. If Craig could have gotten support from Silesia, it still had 2 supports on Munich, could have been +4. How much did Craig need? I wonder if I can do a live.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
looking great.
he was a bit further down, but maybe if he gets really big, there's still. I mean, with the solo for sure, no question. But I think he was in 12th or so.
Well, so remember what I said at the beginning? My intel from
updating as it goes, or
Yeah, this is live, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
so 233.1 would be 6 more centers.
Yeah, so that's like 17 or what? 16? What is he at right now?
Where's the map? 6 more, because what are we at?
No,
We are at
yeah, 16.
16.
Okay, not impossible. Not impossible.
All right. Is anyone all right? I get to be last here because I'm host. So Ben, we're gonna make you pick first because you get full chance, and we will tease you if you're wrong.
Well, I mean, you got to pick Craig, right? I mean, he's in great position so far. I mean, Matthew could attack him right now, and probably he should, but he's got a lot of opportunities if he gets to attack somewhere to have success somewhere else. I think it's the obvious choice.
The question is, are we picking board toppers or tournament winners?
Oh, that's a good point too.
Board topper first.
Okay, I would probably agree with Ben there. I mean, it's hard to pick anybody else than Craig, but if we are picking tournament winners, I would pick Matthew at this point.
All right, I'll go both. I'll go board topper and tournament winner, Matthew Krill. Ben, anyone but Craig winning the tournament? Are you going big time, big 16?
Oh no, I'm gonna stick with Matthew. I mean, I called him out before the tournament started, and I'll stick with him now that he's this close.
All right. Well, now that we've all picked him, he's certainly lost. So I'm sorry, man. I know I know the tournament's over and we have results on this, but I'm sorry that we just jinxed you. So you got your northern fleet, 2 more armies. Yeah, there's a lot of room to run.
Well, Russia gets into Berlin. Italy, in return, gets into Munich. There is a big conga line around the Black Sea, so it seems like they do a merry-go-around that particular sea. Man, I think that, I mean, it's awful because they're so far away, but it really seems like France and Italy need to find a way to go into the other direction. Russia is getting stronger and stronger. Austria doesn't need a huge score, and they're just butting heads in the Marseille, Spain region. That's not that nice to see. For the time being, France walks out of Liverpool because it's fun. And I mean, they can probably get London in return. However, maybe Russia will say, yeah, sure, England, I'm going to keep you in London. And all of a sudden, France has a disband. So that's pretty awful for the whole West and for France in particular. I mean, it's good for Jackson. So sorry, not for the whole West.
Jackson may say, hey, walk into it. I'll keep Liverpool and you can have Edinburgh.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And they may say, oh, I'll keep you in London and then just go to Eddie anyway. So yeah, it could happen in a number of ways.
It's lots of prisoner's dilemma around there.
So he does not do any of those things. He convoys Denmark to Holland, does let Jackson get Liverpool back, so he will be building. That's exciting. The convoy from France goes to Belgium because they're Craig is way across the line at this point, and France is trying to react to that. Let's see. Austria takes Munich from Italy. I'm not sure if that would have been agreed. They bounce in Smyrna. Italy is taking Cannes, and Austria is taking Munich. So no, they probably agreed to all that. I guess Russia is okay with. I wonder if they might work it out here so that Russia tops the board, but Austria wins the tournament. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm just surprised that Austria is getting dots from Russia, and Russia is okay with it.
So Matthew Krill pulls into first place with those 2 centers that he just grabbed. Craig not far behind. Katie and Zach's hopes fading. Eddie already eliminated. Nicholas.
Yeah, but it's not going well for France, unfortunately. I mean, he's not out, but it's unlikely.
All right. Back to the computer there. All right. Fleet Eddie. Army. What does France? Let's Ben, think about it for a second. Robert, what's France building? No, France is Poland. Oh wow, I misread that. What's France pulling?
They are pulling Fleet Channel, I guess.
Yeah, you can't pull any of the armies. You've got to try to make a line here, but you can't let Italy break either. Yeah, I guess Fleet Channel.
Even though it still sucks.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at least maybe if you've got, although I can't imagine England's going to be helping. All right, Fleet Channel it is. Yeah. Army Venice.
Matthew's developed a lot of strength here if he wants to throw it around, but he may not need to.
Yep. So they move Austria forward into Ruhr.
Into where?
Italy into Ruhr. Actually, Ruhr. I haven't gotten the chance to say it all night, so I've saved it for the actual final all-important board to say Ruhr. So Austria is moving forward and Italy is backfilling München. And I'm just going to say all the German names now for this game. It's actually München and not Munich. So AIR keep rolling. Russia gets into Kiel. So much more of the same, I would think.
Yeah, this is old school, like online three-way alliance all the way to the end, even in a championship type game. So, oh man,
What Kevin? What was that?
Just like Russian armies.
Yeah, just streaming across the board, right? Takes Kiel, takes Belgium. Austria does not go into Galicia. Austria does not put any pressure here. That seems to be an arranged bounce in Smyrna that's continually happening. Although it is a odd bounce situation where Austria could take the dot if they wanted to. Let's see, Ruhr is into Burgundy. But Austria, and Germany moves away from Belgium, actually. I guess they were done regardless. So, okay, Matt was just there, right? So he lost a dot here. So now he's not there anymore, right?
Yep. Maybe. Probably.
+2, -1.
This is very dramatic here coming down.
It is very dramatic. I mean, look at this Russian domination of like the.
Okay,
no, he's still
it
there.
must have been the scores we saw before. Must have been before those three came in. So he's in very good position.
Yeah,
I thought we changed that. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean, look at all those Russian armies in Denmark, Kiel, Berlin, Holland, Belgium. It's insane.
Another build for Katie Gray, not out of it yet. I mean, now finally Spain goes, so more of a chance to break the line.
Yeah.
This one made it to the deadline, I think. So we got another turn.
I can imagine with that many contenders on the board. Wow. And just because it's so rare to say, I want to start with saying Russia successfully convoys the army Denmark into Belgium while they're moving into Picardy. So they just keep marching forward. I'm sure all those movements in the east are arranged, like the bounce in Ukraine. And as we pointed out, now there is finally movement for Italy. They get into Marseille, they get into the mid-Atlantic. So the only question is, when will somebody start stabbing in the east? Because somebody will take that chance for the tournament victory. As it is, everything is fine for Matthew Krill, but I'm pretty sure that one of the other two, if not both, will make a dive at some point. And the question is, how long will they push it forward just to make sure that France is certainly out of it and not a contender anymore. They've successfully eliminated Zach and Eddie from the contention already. So I'm pretty sure that they want to do the same thing with Nicolas de la Tour as well. But the question is, when will there be a realignment in the East, and the free-for-all will start?
The tricky thing is that Russia is so far forward that if Katie does anything that allows Russia to get any Austrian units, there could be a solo chance.
That would be a way. That would be a way to win a tournament.
I mean, it's not there now, but it could be if there was a large scale attack. But yeah, has Russia ever soloed a game without Romania?
Oh, well.
Wow, this is quite something. Ben, it's you.
Is it me? I forgot.
Yeah, that's all.
So we've got a convoy into London with support from France. So they're on board with this now, which is how solos happen, right? When you've got someone on the other side who gets frustrated and tries to help. Italy is taking Spain. Russia's getting that fleet up to Barents so that they can get the army forward. What else is happening? Nothing. Oh, sorry. Budapest moves into Trieste. So that may be a bit of a that's certainly a boon to Matthew. And it's such a big move, the London move. I think that's really the story here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now Russia is getting really dangerous. I mean, they're at 14. We said they probably need 16-ish. I think 16 it was. So now AI needs to start thinking if they got to do something about Russia.
Two more to go.
Oh,
is that what we said?
Yeah,
I think so.
So it totally makes sense that they would have given Austria one.
Last time, all right, so we'll reveal the builds, because last time I think it reverted back to the fall scores before we saw it, because when we peeked in mid-turn, we were there. Here we are at, Russia's playing one short, which doesn't help in a time limited game, although building two at this point, even with maybe a year, maybe two, probably only one more year left. All right, let's see them. What two dots can Craig get?
I think they got to be in the West. I mean, he will not just crack Austrian dots open right now. So it's got to be something like Edinburgh or Paris. Maybe France, actually, with their dying breath, will say, get in there.
Yeah, I think Edinburgh is one of them for sure. Maybe if you can convoy something there, you can take Liverpool as well. I mean, if France is helping.
Nope.
Nope. That's it.
I see no orders.
This is time. So I think
this must be
probably the quiet Matthew Krill taking it home, isn't it?
It's got to be. Let's look at that is it.
Wow.
0.4.
Oh, what a
0.4 points.
Wow. They said it was going to be that close. We missed the math on that.
Yeah.
With them both on the same board in that diplomatic situation and the clock going, what a dramatic finish. And Edinburgh was there for him if the game had gone much longer.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, here, what could Krill have gotten then if he knew he needed one? Or maybe he didn't. This scoring system's a little more difficult to do the math on. Pull out your calculator. All right. What could Krill have? I mean, obviously he could have asked Katie for one, but I don't think Matt would do that. What could he have?
Yeah, no, it's difficult. He can't really force anything. He's very defensible against Russia, but at least in a year or so, he cannot really get any dots, especially because he has no fleets. I mean, the only thing would be if somehow Italy could slip into Black Sea. I think I don't quite remember. Probably they set up a bounce there for a while already. Yeah. Then maybe there's play. So I actually think that if this goes on for one more year, the only way, well, maybe 1 year is not enough, but maybe 2 years, there's a very, very good chance for Russia. However, then maybe Brest gets vulnerable. Maybe Italy starts putting pressure with Picardy on Brest. So it's very complex. But wow.
we're based on France helping Russia that one turn. I was assuming that they were going to keep helping them. We don't know. There's so many complicated diplomatic things that happen in these situations. And as it is, Matthew played it just how he needed to and won the tournament. So congrats,
Absolutely.
Matthew.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Congrats on an amazing tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We've got a winner with Matthew Krill that is uploading at like dial-up speed here on my end. So we will go back to the standings. Nicola had 8. Nicola had 8 centers. He would have needed 3 more on his board.
Yeah, it's not out of the question, right?
Yeah.
Could have been possible. I mean, there would have been a risk, but as we said before, if you draw that early, he probably suspected that this was not enough.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I remember the board dynamic. I'm not going to go back to it, but I remember.
No, sorry. I think I mixed up my things. I was thinking of Chris Brand's position here, not Nicolas Sauge. Sorry.
Yeah, Nicola. Let's see where. I forget which one he was. Was it this one? No, other one. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was actually the early draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to say. He could have easily lost his board top, but with a few years still on the clock and a good solid position, there certainly was play for him.
Yeah.
There's nothing guaranteed here, but there's some chance.
Yeah. And then the other was Craig, and time just got out on him. And we were laughing earlier. What happens if you're on a board that has a 6-way draw versus a 5-way draw versus a 4-way draw, and you get the extra 2 points or 5 points or elimination or as David Hood always says, play for your best result and let the chips fall where they do. So congrats to Matthew Krill, West Coast tournament winner, keeping I think Cascadia went to finally as a local person this year, and so now the Pacific Northwest is invading California as opposed to the Californians always winning up in the Pacific Northwest. So the video is processing. I don't want to keep everyone here any longer. We're going to try and finish this in under 4 hours because that's how we do things here on DBN's Game Day Live. Here, oh, good. Here, we'll do some quick hype. League night, Saturday, April 29th, 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time start. Games all day. DixieCon, which we've already been promoting all the time. Next face-to-face tournament, Memorial Day weekend. Comment below, like below. We'll get in touch with you to get in there. We'll have some more broadcasts before we get anywhere else. So let's get to the winner.
Hello and welcome everyone live from the site of Whipping 2023 here in San Jose, California. Y'all should know me by now, but in case you don't, I am Siobhan Nolan, one of the organizers and assistant TD this year here at Whipping. But more importantly, I am joined here today by our 2023 Whipping champion, Matt Krill. Matt, how's it feel?
It feels good. Really good.
So how long have you been coming to this tournament?
I came down to the first one in 2019.
Okay.
Finished third back then at that one.
Yep.
And have come back every time that it's been held down here.
And do I remember correctly that you have finished fourth, third, and second in years previous to this?
Yes. Yeah.
So is it just a steady rise to the top, just consistency? What's your clue? What's your trick here?
It's bounced around. You know, I think the clue is, over 3 rounds, just really trying to have strong alliances, strong partnerships, and getting good cooperation. And that's worked out well for me.
Yeah. Well, for those of you on the stream, you probably know already, because if you've gotten this far, you know that the results were incredibly close this year. It came down to less than half a point between our first and second finishers. So Matt, how does that feel? Do you feel, was there anxiety at the end? Did you know that it was going to come up for you? Or
there was a lot of anxiety at the end. Craig got a couple of extra dots there at the end in our game that I wasn't really expecting him to get. And so I didn't know how much that was going to skew things.
Yep.
And I wasn't thinking too much during the game about the threat that Craig posed for that. And so, a lot of anxious moments there waiting for the results to come out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know it came down to the end. You two were on the same board together, and so watching each other and those scores go, it was exciting for those of us who knew what was happening. What was the key moment for you this tournament? What was your best moment?
I think the best moment was my first round. So as Turkey, I did stab Craig, who I've been working with, and did a 3-dot stab on him.
Congratulations.
And thanks. And that proved to be the difference because I was able to hold that lead in that game, and that was my best, score of this. The other rounds, I was able to have more of alliance play and be less of a threat to the other players. So I was glad just to hang on at the end.
All right. Well, fantastic. I think we will wrap it up here. But before we go, is there anything else you'd like to say to the viewers on stream? Any tips or tricks to help them win tournaments as they go forward?
No, thanks for watching, obviously, and supporting the hobby here. I think the main tip I have is that, working to be even keeled and not getting too emotional about things. And, like Craig and I, we had in our first game, we had, a stab that I did on him.
Yeah.
And he, in our last game, we moved past that and we were able to work together, and that worked out really well for him. So,
yeah,
holding on to grudges or, not being willing to give people a second chance, I think usually hurts you more in the end. So just be open to that and show yourself to be trustworthy, and I think you'll do well.
Fantastic. Well, before we go, do you want to show off your 2 awards that you got this weekend? I think you brought them with you.
I did not bring them with me.
Yeah, but here at Whipping, we give out teddy bears for best countries. You got one of those.
You got a yellow teddy bear for that, yeah.
For best turkey, and we give out bobbleheads for our first, second, and third awards.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say thank you so much for watching. Please like and subscribe and do all the things that our generous host today, Kevin O'Kelly, tells you to do. But until I see you again, this is Siobhan Nolan signing off.
I'd like to say that we either Matt was watching us during the program by saying getting over stabs that happened earlier on, or that we're just good here at predicting things. Ben had the best prediction of all with the winner from the very start. So congrats, Ben. Thanks for joining today. What was the highlight of the tournament? Watching the play, watching the back and forth. Pick your best moment.
It was certainly the finale. They don't always come down to a close game like that. And not only was that a great finale, that was a really fun Russian position to watch develop. And so, you love to see that. Really amazing game. A lot of great games throughout the tournament. Really fun to be on the stream, get to talk about these with you all.
And Robert, so we've got an interview with the second place finisher that we're going to sign off with that, but we'll say our goodbyes here. Being the first tournament, what does this mean for Matthew Krill leading at the start of the tour already? Oh, I take that back. I've been saying this kickoff. Cascadia got pushed back this year, so we've been lying the whole time. Well, I've been lying the whole time. All right. Well,
damn it.
Riaz, that's right. Riaz already punched his way into the DBNI. So, all right. Still, Matt Krill is a automatic, for sure, automatic into next year's DBNI. He's going to play a little bit more. Do you fear? Do you have that target since you were an early winner last year?
I'm not so sure. I think with just one tournament victory, it's not that much the case. I mean, there are lots of good tournament winners out there, so I'm not sure if it will be a huge effect. If we get into like Riaz Virani and Brandon Fogel territory where you win 2 in a row, I think it's different. With one, I wouldn't worry too much. But one thing I want to say is it's absolutely overdue for Matt. I just quickly researched, and I didn't actually find a tournament on the World Diplomacy database he won already. So maybe that's actually his first tournament victory. And if that's actually true, and it's not that there's one missing, that is just about time, because he's just a great player. He came very close to winning, I think, the first DBNI. He had a few second or third places in big tournaments. So absolutely deserved.
Yeah, and he and Massbaum were together on one of those. I think that's the second place finish that Siobhan was talking about, where they had the 17, and I feel like he's won before. That's a good thing. We'll have to post in the
maybe
comments.
there's one that is not recorded online. So if that's the case, sorry, Matt, I didn't want to like talk you down. He certainly hasn't won one in the past year or 2 or 3 when we did DBN here, but maybe he had like a face-to-face win before.
And he took a hiatus coming back into the virtual portion. I remember when we did a lot of the interviews with him, where he was getting back into playing competitive after a long spell, and I don't think he had won anything before. So if it is his first win, well, good for finding that, and congratulations on the first win. And sadly, when there's a winner, there's a whole bunch of losers, and to be so close, and you know, we'll have to hear what Craig says. Thank you guys for joining me here today. This is a great way. We'll be back on in a little over a month with DixieCon. Please like the stream. Now that we're over 1,000 subscribers, the word spreads more exponentially with every like and share we get. You know, we've already got the notification out for the next broadcast, so you'll get that one. Deadline will be coming out soon. I know they're getting the April edition, which will probably have highlights for this one. And with that note, let's hear from Craig, and we'll see you all in the next one.
Hello, 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 everyone. It is Siobhan Nolan yet again here with another interview from Whipping 2023. I am joined this time by my good friend and Montana player, Craig Mayer. Craig, before we get into why you're here, tell us about your experience here, how many years you've been coming to Whipping, what this tournament means to you.
So I've been coming to Whipping basically every year except one since you restarted it. I don't know how long ago.
2017, that was.
Yeah, so I've been here at that time, that many times, and it is just one of the most fun tournaments you can go to. Like, I live in a very, very cold part of the country, and when you come to San Jose in the spring, it's just beautiful. It's warm. You can walk around outside without like 85 layers of thermal underwear, and it's just really fun. People hang out a lot.
Yeah.
And that's really the reason why it's just to hang out with people.
Well, I mean, some fantastic results for you this weekend, some amazing play. Not to bury the lead too much, but Craig is here because he came in second place by a very narrow margin. Craig, do you want to tell us about your experience this weekend?
The winner of the tournament has my DNA all over his knife blade. So in our first game, Matt Krill and I were allied as an IT, and as I like to do, I went way, way out, and he had 3 dots that he could walk into. He walked into those 3 dots, and then we drew.
Yeah.
Because we stalemated him. But, and so, my second game was kind of also a middling game, so I had 2 6-center results. I think the first game I was in third on the board. The second game I was tied for second with everybody else on the board. Everybody. That's the problem.
So this is a unique quirk of the scoring system we're using here this weekend, Whipping, which usually you don't see partial points because part of the scoring system math works out that you divide 60 by the number of remaining players. The only number that cannot be divided evenly into 60, as we know, is 7.
It's 7.
And Craig, how close was it?
That was a France.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was in Germany and my ally was in England and he was on 1 dot, he had an army in Portugal, and we just never were able to get our units arranged to just pop him out. Despite my begging and pleading at the time, please but at the time, to be fair, that wasn't because I knew the scoring system and all that. I just wanted to kill the guy.
Fair enough. It's always a good idea. Just put them out of their misery.
If you have fewer moving parts in a game, it tends to simplify it. I believe in that. So I believe in eliminating people.
Yeah,
I really do.
No, and it's me as well. David Hood tells me I would do well at Dixie because of draw-based and something. Yeah. I don't. But, are there any regrets? Do you feel like you left anything on the table?
I think in my second game, which was the Saturday night game, it's late, you're tired from the morning. There's chance that I think if we don't accept the draw, well, first of all, we could have killed France. Second of all, I think I probably could have picked up a couple more dots. Maybe if my ally was nice to me. But then again, my ally was in a position where he could have probably stabbed me. So I don't regret like taking that draw. I don't really think there's anything I like really regret the way like, I don't know, when Matt Krill and Jason Massbaum tied at 17 and it cost him the tournament. That's a regret.
That's a regret. Yeah.
But I don't really feel like that. I feel like I played an adequate tournament and then a really good game.
That third round result was massive. And can we just talk about it for a moment? Because myself and Adam Silverman were watching that game very, very closely. How did you do that? How did it feel?
I didn't have any enemies. I just
Ever?
No, never had an enemy. Not the entire game.
Can you teach me how to do that?
No, I don't know how I did it. I think I was possessed by some other spirit because normally I like to collect enemies on the board.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I made even when I was attacking Germany, he was like, okay, we're not fighting. It was more like maneuvering. And I just never had I don't really feel like I had an enemy. If I did, I didn't know about it. And I mean,
you'll find out later, I guess. Yeah. Well.
So anyway, I think that's the key to doing well. I mean, you always hear it on the DBN things. They're like, oh, this person's going to do great in this game because they don't have an enemy.
Yeah.
That's kind of a key to doing well is don't have an enemy.
Yeah. Well, before I let you go for the evening, do you have some stuff that you'd like to show off over there that you get to take home with you?
I believe I have a best Russia doll, which will now go with my best France doll from, I think, my first whipping ever.
Oh, was that?
My first whipping, I got a best France.
I know a few people come to whipping just to attempt to collect every single one of the bears.
And then, of course, there's always the bobblehead.
Yeah. Little Viking for you this time.
Viking.
So, all right, well, Craig, thank you so much for joining me. And
Thanks.
it was a great result. It was a wonderful tournament for you. And I hope you had an amazing time. And we'll see you
so much fun.
We'll see you next year where you're going to get in first place, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. I'm going to just follow in Matt Krill's footsteps.
Exactly. All right. Well, once again, this is Siobhan Nolan. I'm signing off from Whipping 2023 in San Jose. And I will hand it back to Kevin O'Kelly in the studio.
I'm jumping on quickly because I did not thank the organizers. Thank you to Siobhan Nolan for coordinating those interviews. It's great to hear the insight that they have. Thank you to Adam Silverman for recruiting, pestering, promoting, doing everything that he's done to get there. Again, thank you to Sabia Huja for all of the sandboxing that we had throughout the weekend. These broadcasts are nothing without the players willing to do that. And of course, thanks to all the DBN personalities who were there. And of course, Robert and Ben who helped with the show today. A team is what does this, and we're thankful. So thank you for watching. We'll see you in a little bit.